Good morning. Welcome to this meeting of the Surface Transportation Board. It's very nice to be here in the state of Maine. My family has quite a few connections to the state. My grandfather is buried here, and it was his favorite place on earth to come. And he never really traveled the earth because he always wanted to come to Maine to enjoy his free time. So it means a lot to me. And I also came up here when the Bangor and Aroostook was going through its difficult times and worked on behalf of the operating employees and represented them in that proceeding. So I'm very familiar with the state, and we're just going to do some statements by the board members, and then we will move on to the speakers. The Surface Transportation Board has convened this hearing in Presque Isle, Maine, in the matter of Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic Limited discontinuance of service and abandonment in Aroostook and Penobscot Counties, Maine, STB Docket AB 1043, sub number 1. In this docket, Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic Railway has filed an application under 49 U.S.C. 10903 for authority to discontinue service over and abandon approximately 233 miles of its rail line in Aroostook and Penobscot Counties, Maine. The purpose of this hearing is to receive the views from all persons expressing an interest in this proceeding, including federal and state officials, the State Department of Transportation, the applicant, Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic Railway, shippers, and community members. Requests to appear have previously been filed with the board, and a schedule of appearances has been issued with an order and allotted times for presentations. As a preliminary matter, the board would like to express its appreciation to members of the staff of the District Courthouse here in Presque Isle who have facilitated making the courthouse available for this field hearing. Everyone here has been extremely cooperative and helpful in making it possible for the board to come to Maine and hear from the Maine community firsthand. We also appreciate the effort that participants have made to travel here today and appear for this hearing. We have divided the speakers into panels listed on the schedule, and each person will speak in the order designated. For those of you who are appearing, we ask that you please step up to the podium when it is your time to speak and introduce yourself, and if relevant, indicate any entity on whose behalf you are appearing. A buzzer will sound when the time for your presentation has expired. Following the presentation, the board members will ask any questions they may have. As we have a very full slate today, we do ask that speakers keep their remarks within the allotted time. In addition, we would like to remind everyone to please turn off their cell phones or electronic devices. Vice Chairman Mulvey.
Thank you, Chairman Elliott. I'm glad to be here in Presque Isle for this important occasion. I, too, like the Chairman, have spent some time in Maine. When I used to teach in Boston, we came up here very, very often and truly enjoyed the lovely state of Maine. This is one of the largest abandonments. In fact, I think it is the largest abandonment that the STB has had to deal with in the 6 years I've been a member of the board, especially in terms of miles and also the concentration of this abandonment and the impact on a particular region of the country. I certainly understand the importance of this proceeding to Maine, as do my fellow board members, and the importance of this abandonment proceeding to the economy and the citizens of Maine, as well as to the Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic Railway, especially given the parlous state of our economy. I want to express my thanks to the members of Congress, Representative Michaud, who's come here, as well as representatives of Senators Collins and Snow. In particular, I want to thank Mr. Bossy for all of his efforts in helping to secure this facility for this hearing today. I look forward to today's testimony, representing a variety of viewpoints and interests, and I hope that we all can gain additional insight to help us in our decision-making. Thank you.
Commissioner Nottingham.
Thank you, Chairman Elliott. It's a pleasure to be here in Presque Isle this morning. I appreciate having this opportunity to come to Maine and hear firsthand from shippers, community interests, government officials, rail labor, and others interested in the Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic's abandonment proposal, as well as hearing from the railroad itself. I think it's important to point out at the outset the board's role in situations such as this, which by statute is we are required to review and determine whether approval or disapproval is warranted in cases of proposed abandonments or discontinuances of freight rail service. We also have the statutory duty to determine the valuation or value of a railroad if in fact it becomes subject to an offer of financial assistance or some other type of adverse forced sale. Unfortunately, we don't have grant money. I saw some local press today to the effect that this hearing was about whether or not the Surface Transportation Board would come up with some money. And unfortunately, we just don't have that either by statute or in our coffers. So I know there's a great deal of attention, appropriately so, being placed on the different sources of federal, state, and other monies out there, but that won't be something that will be our focus today. I just wanted to make sure that was clear to the public. This proposal has generated a great deal of interest and publicity and is generally well known, so I won't take a lot of time with a lengthy opening statement, but I do want to take a moment to recognize Congressman Michaud, who I had a chance to visit with again this morning. Thank you, Congressman, for inviting us to be here. As you know, it is somewhat extraordinary for the entire board and staff to come up and out, but I think it's very appropriate that we do so, and certainly a lot more cost efficient than having to have the good people of northern Maine have to come all the way down to Washington, where it's, we'll notice, about 102 degrees today, so we're delighted, especially this week, to be up here. As warm as it is, this is quite cool considering where we're coming from. I also want to thank the offices of Senator Collins and Senator Snow, as well as their very capable staffs, as well as the Congressman's staff for helping us with the logistics today. In particular, I want to recognize Phil Bossi, who's with us from Senator Collins' staff, who worked so closely with us in making this trip possible, as well as Terry McNaughton of Senator Snow's staff, and of course Dustin Hilt, who works for Congressman Michaud. I do also want to take note that Senator Snow has been a longtime leader on our oversight committee, the Senate Committee on Commerce and Transportation, and we thank her for her long service and commitment to issues of commerce and transportation, which are vitally important both to this region but also to our small agency as we depend on the good graces of that committee and its members such as Senator Snow. On a personal note, I can join my colleagues in saying that it gives me great pleasure to be back in Maine. After spending 4 summers in Maine as a youngster at a camp for 8 weeks at a time, I actually had my first job here teaching riflery to kids ages 8 to 15. And that was quite a first job, a little scary. I'm happy to say no injuries or fatalities, so we made it through. And I'll never forget the 5 days I spent camping and roaming around Baxter State Park and climbing Mount Katahdin and the Knife's Edge and the beautiful Chimney Pond and the Moose. It's just a beautiful, special part of the world you have here, and it's with some bittersweet emotions we come back to hear and talk about something as momentous as the possible termination of, and I say possible, but it's been proposed, termination of freight rail service to this region, which we understand as a board is an incredibly momentous proposal and would have serious consequences for all concerned. And with that, let me stop talking and start listening. And we appreciate all the witnesses again for being here. And we look forward to a good day's worth of testimony and to working with the state and the region and all the shippers and the railroads to see if we can help get to a positive next step for this part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much both for your comments, and we now begin with our speaker presentations. First, we are very pleased to have representatives from the U.S. House and Senate who have arranged to appear here today. Our first speaker will be the Honorable United States Congressman Michael Michaud. Congressman Michaud, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairman Elliott, members of the Surface Transportation Board, as well as your staff, for coming to the northern part of Maine, and hopefully you have a chance actually to do some visiting around while you're here and see a moose or two while your stays up here. I sincerely appreciate and want to thank the Surface Transportation Board for agreeing to my request to hold this field hearing in Presque Isle. And as you mentioned, it's unusual that you go out and have field hearings. This is extremely important for northern Maine and all of Maine. I think it is incredibly important that officials from the board have come to Aroostook County to witness firsthand the devastation that this abandonment would have and would cause for our state. As I look around the room today, I see a lot of individuals who have worked with for a number of years. A lot of people who have worked hard to ensure that the long-term economic development of this state and this region survives. Unfortunately, all of that hard work could be devastated by this abandonment. The economy of rural states like Maine cannot grow without a robust and fully functional transportation system. Here in Aroostook County, the railroad represents a crucial part of the economic infrastructure and is so central to the livelihood of individuals and families as well as the survival of a lot of local businesses. I have talked to many Mainers that are terrified of what this abandonment will mean for them, their families, and their jobs. If this line were to shut down, it will devastate the region and create new challenges for all of us who want to sustain growth here in Aroostook County and throughout Maine. We need to keep this line open and work together to make changes necessary to ensure that we can keep serving this region. You will hear today from the railroads that they are losing money. I have no doubt that they are losing money. One of the problems impacting, I think, the long-term viability of this line is the fact that it's unreliable to the shippers. And it's not only this rail line. Sometimes talking to shippers, they said it could take days to get their products from one part of the state to another. Sometimes trains don't show up. Sometimes they crawl along a broken track at 10 miles per hour. And I remember all this so well because that's what I did when I worked at Great Northern Paper Company. I used to load the railroad cars at Great Northern. And Maine's congressional delegation is ready to fight for federal resources necessary to make the railroad efficient once again. But before we can do that, the state of Maine, the shippers, and most importantly, Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic need to show that they are serious about keeping this line operational. Last October, when I first met with the Maine Department of Transportation, shippers, the Federal Railroad Administration, the STB, and the Chairman Oberstar of the House Transportation Committee, we recognized that it would take everyone working together to keep this rail line operational. And we can still make sure that that happens. But everyone involved is going to have to make sacrifices for the good of the businesses, individuals, and for the good of the people here in Maine that depend on this rail line. And as a member of Congress that represents the 2nd Congressional District and that sit on the Railroad Transportation Subcommittee, I can tell you freight rail is extremely important, not only in Maine, but nationwide. And it's my hope that the Surface Transportation Board will hear from individuals here today on how important that line and what it means for Maine. But also I think it's equally important that whatever your decision, that you look at what can we do to make this line viable. And it's as equally important that the line that we're talking about, the abandonment between Millinocket and Madawaska, when you look at if the state takes over or however an agreement might be arranged, that you look at the junctions of where that rail will have to end up going. It ultimately will still have to operate on Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic lines. And whatever you do, hopefully you'll take that into consideration and make the best decision that you can so that we can still try to grow the economy here in northern Maine. And in closing, I want to say I really appreciate the fact that the Surface Transportation Board did take the time to visit Presque Isle firsthand, and I appreciate all of the time that so many people here in Maine has put into this issue. I know Commissioner Cole has worked very closely with Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic during the mediation process. Hopefully that will continue to move forward and that they're able to come with some type of an agreement, because behind this issue, what's going to be affected are people's lives, individuals. It's more than just numbers. It's the way of life here in northern Maine. People up here work extremely hard. They are helping one another over and over again. And now it's time, I think, for the Surface Transportation Board to look at more than just dollars and figures that you will have to look at when you look at this abandonment issue and realize that those dollars and figures, as it relates to Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic, will also affect individuals who have to rely on this railroad line to keep their livelihood alive. So this abandonment, if it goes through, and there's no viable alternative arrangements made from the state and Montreal, Maine, Atlantic, it will affect negatively other people's lives. And we cannot afford to have that happen here in northern Maine, in northern Penobscot County. So once again, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and the board members for your time and your effort, and I look forward to continue working with the board as you move forward with the deliberations that you're going to have to deal with. And if ever we can be of any assistance, please don't hesitate to contact me. And I can assure you, unlike what's happening in Washington, D.C. today, the entire Maine delegation is 100% behind making this viability of this rail line extremely important. We'll work in a bipartisan manner across the House and the Senate to make this happen. So I want to thank you once again for having me here today.
Thank you very much, Congressman. I don't have any questions. Do you have any questions?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you very much.
you.
Our next speaker will be Sharon Campbell on behalf of the Honorable Olympia J. Snow, U.S. Senator.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Elliott and board members, for allowing me to speak on behalf of Senator Snow today. She is unable to be here. A schedule conflict prior to this regrettably keeps her from being here today. I'd like to say a personal welcome to Aroostook County and thank you for coming, as Congressman Michaud said, and it's nice to hear that Maine is connected to all of you, much like the rail is connected to the rest of the United States too, so we'd like to keep it that way for sure. Senator Snow asked that I read these remarks into the record for her. First and foremost, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for gathering today for an open and candid discussion concerning this critical transportation issue confronting northern Maine, especially in light of the profound impact that a loss of rail service would have on our economy and businesses, large and small, not only for the immediately affected counties of Aroostook, Penobscot, and Piscataquis, but for the entire state and nation. I would also especially like to express my appreciation to Governor Baldacci and Transportation Commissioner David Cole for shepherding the critical bond package that passed earlier this month, as well as Senator Collins and Representative Michaud for their indispensable contributions to this process. As you will hear again and again from all of us, retaining freight rail service in northern Maine is an absolute imperative, and as a united front, we will remain vigilant in our quest to ensure that rail service continues and, most critically, safeguard jobs. I want to also thank the chairman of the Surface Transportation Board, Daniel Elliott, along with his fellow board members Frank Mulvey and Chip Nottingham, for traveling to Maine to join us at this public hearing. Rail service is the economic lifeblood of northern Maine, and to abandon these rail lines would render them irretrievable at a time when states and municipalities across the country are scrambling to reclaim, restore, and renovate their own abandoned rail lines. Indeed, companies have based their expansion and investment on access to rail, making it all the more essential that we do not abandon these lines. And that's why, alongside the governor and the congressional delegation, I have been reviewing the various scenarios and their possible outcomes since the regrettable February 25th announcement of Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic Railway's application to abandon the rail from Millinocket north to Madawaska. As many of you are aware, 3 months ago, the administrator at the Federal Railroad Administration, Joe Szabo, the congressional delegation, and over 24 state and local officials met with stakeholders in Bangor. The net result of that meeting was the clear understanding that the economic consequences of losing freight rail cannot be overstated. Therefore, ultimately, our primary goal must be to ensure that the economic competitiveness of this vital region of the state, and the STB must hear emphatically from the people for whom this rail is an essential component of the economy. For example, a lack of rail service would threaten the operation of the McCain Foods plant in Easton, which employs hundreds of Mainers, as that facility would incur a projected rise in production costs as much as $1 million every year. Moreover, maintaining rail service is crucial to providing essential stability to more than 24 major companies. Last year, the railroad shipped more than 600,000 tons of goods, and according to the MMA, 2009 was a down year. The loss of rail service would eliminate transportation options for literally dozens of businesses. The recently revived Louisiana Pacific plant in New Limerick was reopened, and according to its plant manager, in large part, quote, for the availability of the rail service. To lose that rail would increase the cost by more than 10% for that plant alone, threatening the survivability of that facility. And if all these facts weren't cause enough for concern, according to the Northern Maine Development Commission, forsaking this vital rail service could increase shipping costs across the board in Northern Maine by more than 30%. As a result of these horrific statistics, according to the estimates offered by the economic development officials in Aroostook County, more than 1,700 jobs would be immediately imperiled. Clearly, at any time our state faces job losses, it is cause for profound concern. And let there be no mistake, given our perilous economy today, this predicted dramatic loss of employment due to an abandonment of the railroad would have a devastating effect, with prospects for eventual recovery that would be neither easy nor swift. This stark reality was profoundly underscored by the recent bond vote, as Mainers do not agree to spend taxpayer dollars lightly. Yet just 1 month ago, they supported a bond package which included $7 million to assist in staving off what would undoubtedly prove to be a catastrophic loss of rail in Northern Maine. At the same time, while economics is the predominant factor for the retention of these lines, there are other efficiencies, such as energy, that would be endangered if the rail lines were abandoned. According to an analysis done by the STB, abandoning the lines could add as much as $6 million in fuel and maintenance costs to the state. As freight continues to grow, the Bureau of Transportation statistics indicate that we will more than double the amount of freight we currently move in this country by 2020. Maine must possess a robust intermodal transportation system in order to remain competitive. We cannot afford to rely on a single form of transportation to move people and goods. Rail, particularly freight, is a safe, energy-efficient method of moving products at low cost. We must not lose it. That is why all of us remain committed, full throttle, to ensuring there is freight rail service here in Northern Maine, regardless of the provider, and that it offers reasonable rates to the many shippers who must have access to affordable rail lines to remain competitive. That must be our bottom line, for the sake of our companies, for the sake of our state, and most especially for the sake of all the hard-working Mainers whose jobs rely on the continued viability of this rail line. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell, and thank the Senator on our behalf for those nice remarks. Any questions?
No questions.
No questions. Next, we will have Phil Bossi on behalf of the Honorable Susan Collins, also U.S. Senator.
Chairman Elliott, members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of Senator Collins. She too regrets that she had prior engagement and could not be here today, so thank you. And thank you for coming to Aroostook County. It means a great deal to the shippers that are in this area and the companies that they deal with as well. So again, thank you for coming to Aroostook County. Chairman Elliott, board members, welcome to Aroostook County. I am pleased that you have taken the time and invested the effort to travel to my home county to see the largest county east of the Mississippi River for yourself. I believe you will also see the county's essential need for freight rail as part of its transportation system. Therefore, the proposed abandonment of 233 miles of rail line currently owned and operated by Montreal, Maine and Atlantic Railroad is of great concern to us. The loss of this rail service would have devastating economic consequences for this region and for our state. Should the rail be abandoned, Aroostook County and portions of Penobscot County would be cut off from the nation's rail network. This would leave the area's manufacturing businesses without the option to receive or ship their heavy freight by rail. For an area that continues to struggle economically, this decision could prove devastating. Furthermore, once rail line is abandoned, it is almost impossible to bring the line back into service. The abandonment of MMA's line from just north of Millinocket to Madawaska would greatly constrain the ability of shippers to move freight between northern third of Maine to the rest of the country. Some of the area's largest employers, including food processors, lumber mills, wood harvesters, building material manufacturers, and oil distributors, would be without rail service. These employers depend on rail as a significant part of their overall transportation plan, to ship their products and to receive raw materials. Currently, the unemployment rate in Aroostook County is 10.3%, more than 2% points higher than the unemployment rate statewide. The lack of rail service would push the county's unemployment rate even higher. In fact, the Northern Maine Development Commission estimates that as many as 1,726 direct and indirect jobs would be in jeopardy. Today, you will hear from businesses that depend on rail line in northern Maine, not only to survive, but to grow and to thrive. Rail service must continue to play a critical role in the economic success of the area long into the future. The lack of rail service would hinder the economic development of the area, with new potential business that depend on rail service likely ignoring the area altogether. Additionally, it would be difficult for our area companies to expand. At my request, Secretary of Transportation Ray LaHood asked the Federal Railroad Administrator Joe Szabo to travel to Bangor in April to listen to shippers, community leaders, and economic development organizations who discussed the vital role rail plays in the economy of northern Maine. Administrator Szabo expressed his commitment to provide federal support to the state, regional, and business efforts to keep the rail operational. During the last few months, the Maine Department of Transportation and the MMA have been involved in negotiations regarding the possible purchase of rail segments proposed for abandonment. I have been pleased with the state and MMA's willingness to continue their dialogue. Also, the rail line stakeholders remain in close contact and are working to increase the volume of freight shipped on the line, making the operation of the line by a new operator more feasible. I hope that the discussions between Maine DOT, MMA, and the area's rail shippers will prove fruitful. I have requested $3 million in federal funding for maintenance and upgrades to the rail line. If approved, this federal investment will be combined with state and private investments to keep the rail line operational. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board, and I am optimistic that we will be able to continue rail service for northern Maine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bussey, and thank the Senator on our behalf for those helpful comments. The next panel, panel 1B, will be the State of Maine, a second government panel. Sure. The next speaker will be the State of Maine Department of Transportation, and speaking on behalf of the state will be the Commissioner, David Cole. I ran by one of your buildings yesterday, so I feel like I've gotten to know you already.
Thanks.
Go ahead. You have 20 minutes.
Yes, Chairman Elliott, Vice Chairman Mulvey, and Commissioner Nottingham. Join the others in welcoming you to Maine and to Aroostook County. I have been Commissioner of Transportation in Maine since 2003, but prior to that stint, I was in economic development for 24 years. Matter of fact, my region was just to the south, included Millinocket, a lot of Bangor and coastal regions. And to even go further back, I grew up in Lincoln, which is near where Congressman Michaud grew up, and I know he likes me to tell the story of how he used to pump my gas when we were in high school at Terry's Texaco in Medway, and he likes to say he's still pumping my gas, and that would be a true statement. And I also, when I was in junior high school, my father worked at the local paper mill in Lincoln, and that mill went under for like 6 months, and with a great deal of uncertainty. In fact, we were looking to move to Connecticut so my father could get a job. So I remember that feeling of uncertainty hanging over. Fortunately, someone came along and bought the mill and put it back, and I was able to, be raised and stay in the state. Who knows where I'd be today otherwise, but that took government action. Matter of fact, the Economic Development Administration, one of the first major loans they did was to revive the Lincoln Pulp and Paper. And I think this is a case where it's going to take state, federal, and private cooperation and partnership to make this work. It's an understatement to say that we can't allow this 233 miles of rail to be abandoned. This is one of the finest wood baskets east of the Mississippi River here in Maine. I mean, I remember waking up shortly after the announcement on the abandonment thinking, wait a minute, after getting out of the sea of numbers and all that, just thinking about it, this is the great North Woods. This is the place of legends. And the idea that the northern third of the state, 4 to 5 million acres of forest lands that not only fuels the area economy, but paper mills downstate could get cut off from rail service, that's just inconceivable. And that is why you will hear and continue to hear today about, on a micro level, how this will impact individual businesses, how this will affect communities. But for those of us who are coming at this from a policy level, we've got to find a way to make this work. When the Montreal, Maine and Atlantic announced its intention to abandon last August in 2009, we maintained pretty close relationships with our operating railroads, and we were aware of their financial difficulties, but it still took us by surprise like everyone else. And we immediately went into action working with area shippers. We approached Northern Maine Development Commission, who I'm sure you're going to hear from later, who's the regional economic development organization serving this area, said, help us organize the shippers, the community interests, because if we're going to turn this around, it's going to take that kind of an extensive partnership. But we are not railroad specialists. I've never been through an STB process before, and hopefully I won't have to go through this again with another abandonment. But we needed experts to help us through this process. In October, the department hired Railroad Industries Incorporated, RII, to partner with us in this effort. They developed a report, about an inch or two of due diligence, on this line. The good news is that there was hope. Based on their interviews with the shippers and the communities, there is traffic on this line. I think part of the problem is that over time, as the railroad's revenues have declined, service has declined, and investment in the railroads has declined, and you get a downward spiral. But what we have seen through our own meetings with the shippers, as well as through our consultant, is there's upside opportunity. But in order to do that, we have to first, obviously, preserve this service. Then we need to take advantage of our congressional delegation support and secure funding to fix up these lines so that we can operate at competitive speeds and on a reliable basis. Those things have to happen, and we have to find an independent operator who will come in that's willing to operate it, because we don't have money to subsidize it. We have to do those things. So we've been working on many parallel tracks. As stated in the due diligence report compiled by RII, which is also included in our protest filed with the board, there's 21 businesses that currently use rail transportation in Aroostook County, and we'll hear from the major shippers today. If you look around, it's a who's who of business and industry up here. Matter of fact, you think about it, yes, the 750 people who work at these mills, the indirect employment, those numbers are sizable and significant in of themselves. But if you were putting together a business plan for Aroostook County from scratch and saying, okay, what are we going to do? We got 4 to 5 million acres of forest land, some of the best forest land, in the East Coast. You got to have rail service to exploit that. That'd be like shutting off the interstate, in Maine. So it's not just a static view of the businesses that are already here. They're very important. But if I were still in the economic development business and trying to sell this county, I'd have a pretty tough time without freight rail service. And I'm not going to belabor kind of the business impacts and the economic impacts, because you're going to hear that in spades today. But I think it's more than fair to say that if rail service is cut off, well, as my father used to say, nothing good can come of that. We don't know for certain, what kind of cutbacks there will be, but certainly we'll be looking at disinvestment, companies not expanding, perhaps companies going away or scaling back. We also want to make the point today that we do not believe that this particular segment of line, this 233 miles that's targeted for abandonment, is much to blame for the financial troubles of the railroad as they portray. That the railroad certainly has lost revenues system-wide. There's no question about that. We do not contest that. But we do believe that with renovated tracks and partnering with the shippers and the stakeholders, this railroad can be successful. Now, you will hear loud and clear today about the strong public need to maintain this rail service, the shippers of the region, and shippers have invested in their facilities, some of which was certainly based on rail in part or to a significant degree. If we do not have this rail service in place, these shippers who have suffered through the economic downturn are just not going to be able to take advantage of the eventual recovery we all know that's coming. And again, I've sat around the table with these shippers, and almost to a person, they all have upside potential if we can provide reliable service. Unfortunately, the MMA has clearly already written off these lines. That is why we've got to continue to work with the railroad and all the stakeholders to find a way to preserve the service, to make sure that these shippers can take care of the recovery and provide the jobs this area needs. On an environmental basis, your own environmental impact statement notes that 70,000 trucks would have to be put on the road if the railroad went away. I'm glad you were able to fly up and take advantage of the air service, but also be good to have you drive up and see the expanse of our roadways. Maine is like having long driveways. We have 1 million people in this state, about the same as New Hampshire and Rhode Island, but it's spread over. You could fit the rest of New England in Maine. So our people per mile of infrastructure is less, and it makes it tougher to compete in a number of areas. The idea of putting all these trucks on the road doesn't make sense in this day and age. We're all, at a public policy level, espousing intermodal transportation, containers, passengers, using paths of least resistance to move people and goods. That's environmentally friendly, energy independent, and just economically smarter. This would be a step backwards for sure. I also would point out that While we don't contest the fact that MMA is having financial problems, under your own rules, the railroad must show that its own losses outweigh the impact to the shippers, the community, and the economy. We do not believe MMA has met that burden of proof. I would conclude my remarks by just pointing out that Maine has a long history of working to preserve rail lines. Matter of fact, Representative Martin, who's in the audience, headed up a rail task force a few years ago. Others have been very strong in this area to preserve these lines and these corridors. Because as you all know, once a rail line comes up, it's very, very unlikely to come back to get the critical mass you need to warrant the investment. Maine, I believe, has been a leader in this area. We certainly supported the Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic when they bought the old BAR system out of bankruptcy. In fact, since that time, the state of Maine has invested over $10.5 million in grants in the MMA system as matching funds to help upgrade the systems. To support this commitment, MMA promised that if it abandoned any of the lines within 10 years, it would repay a proportionate share of that $10.5 million it's received. We've certainly held up to our end of the bargain. The federal government has also shown its support of MMA. I'm sure you're aware that there is a so-called RIF loan through the Federal Rail Administration to the MMA. I believe it's in the $34 or $35 million range. So the state and federal governments have stepped up to help capitalize this railroad. And we truly have skin in the game. Now, in other circumstances, the state has purchased lines and successfully preserved or reinstated freight rail service, bringing in private operators down on the coastal area from Rockland to Brunswick. This has worked out quite well over the last 7 years. We would see that successful model being hopefully emulated here. But this will require that we're able to acquire these assets at a fair price, fair to both parties, but a fair price, and also that we have reasonable access off this system. I'm sure you've all seen the map of what's being abandoned, and it does not go all the way to the junctions where you can get onto other rail lines. It'd be like buying a piece of landlocked property without being able to put a driveway in. We can't do that. And we owe it to the taxpayers of the state, and we promised the legislature, who was very clear on this, that we would have independent utility on this line. We will certainly partner with the MMA as another railroad. MMA is still going to have a significant presence in the state of Maine, and we want them to succeed. But we have to have options on this line. Now, just to quickly summarize the status of the negotiations, very much appreciate the Commission's efforts on mediation. As you know, we came to Washington for a mediation session. We've worked together, and we have made substantial progress. We met last night, and I think we continue to make progress. I'm very hopeful that we all work together, we can make this work. But if we can't come to a successful negotiation, we do plan to submit an offer of financial assistance, the OFA. And we're committed to, we're not going to back up here. There is no, walk away with your marbles here. I mean, we're going to continue all efforts to make this work. And we appreciate you providing the forum. And certainly it would be in everyone's interest if the two parties could come to a successful negotiation, and hopefully we will. But if not, we're going to be looking to you all to help ensure that the state of Maine and Aroostook County and the communities and the workers and the shippers and all the affected parties have a railroad when this is all done, because I can't imagine any of us are going to sleep well if truly we see steel coming up here. Those are my remarks, And I've paraphrased a lot of it because I know you're going to hear a lot of testimony, and I know some of it will be redundant with this. But I've tried to, from the heart, share with you what I think is significant. And just know that you have a willing partner here at the state level to make this work. And we'll do everything humanly possible.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Cole. And if there is anything that we can do further to help out with the mediation, and we'd be happy to do so. Do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Cole. Like you, I was a state highway commissioner, transportation commissioner for Virginia, and so just before up until 2002, and so I have deep appreciation for the challenges of your job. Each state's different, of course, but in Virginia we had some similar situations with a rural railroad called the Eastern Shore Railroad that was really served the agricultural community of that very rural but beautiful, important part of our Commonwealth, as we call it, and spent a lot of time working with that railroad trying to keep it going. And we also had in the southwest corner of the state the coal industry and mining that depended on transportation and was always having challenges. You know, when we all enjoy a smooth trip down the interstate or our state highways or during snowstorms or just in the middle of the summer, we almost never stop to think we need to thank our State Department of Transportation or its commissioner. But when something goes wrong, people always know how to reach you, I'm sure, to vent their concerns and complaints. So thank you for the job you do. I personally know it's one of the toughest jobs in public service. And I wanted to just explore with you a little further what you mentioned about the issue of truck diversion. If the railroad were to cease operation, of course, we're looking at the possibility of some 70,000 trucks being diverted onto the state highway and local road network. And in many cases, that's going to trigger, like it or not, some additional maintenance needs, correct? I mean, it's...
Absolutely. And what you might not be aware of, Commissioner, is that currently, thanks to our congressional delegation, we have a one-year 100,000-pound waiver on our interstate. Up till last December, if you were over 80,000 pounds, you had to take the secondary roads. And now you can go on the interstates, which is a great thing, but that runs out in December. So hopefully we can get that extended. But having worked on that issue, I know the fact that when you're putting trucks where they don't need to be, you know, it's not that we're not anti-truck. You know, it's all about intermodal transportation for us. And I don't even know where you'd find those additional trucks to do that kind of hauling. And you'll also hear the economics from the shippers. You know, I've heard some figures that could be up to 30% higher to ship by truck. I mean, there's some products that lend themselves to truck. There are other products that lend themselves to rail. And that's our objective, is to path of least resistance. But if we have to put that number of trucks on the road, there's no question it's going to impair our capital budget, which isn't exactly flush to begin with these days. As a matter of fact, the Federal Highway Trust Fund, for all purposes, is broke right now, and no one knows for sure how they're going to fix it. And all, as a matter of fact, some projections are the Federal Highway Trust Fund could be cut in half by 2011 if there isn't a new infusion of money. So, you know, where are we going to come up with the money, you know, for those kinds of capital outlays if we have to rely more on the trucking industry and can't balance it with rail?
Thank you.
Vice Chairman Mulvey.
Your assessment of the future for the MMA is a little more optimistic than the MMA claims in its presentation to us in its filings. And they have pointed out that an awful lot of rail traffic has already gone to truck. And I think the percentage that's still going by rail is much smaller than it was. Has the state done anything so far? It gave $10.5 million, I understand, to the MMA. Did any of that go to these 233 miles of line that they're now proposing to abandon, or was that spent in other parts of the system?
I think it was predominantly spent in other parts of the system. This is Nate Moulton, our Director of Rail Services for the state.
Okay.
And Nate?
Yeah, I think, and the railroad can specify, but I think a lot of it was spent on the other lines. A small percentage was.
predominantly elsewhere.
One of the things the board always looks at in these abandonments is what is the potential for the line. And obviously, your expectation is somewhat, again, more optimistic than the MMNA's. Has the state of Maine and the Department of Transportation done any studies, or have they identified any shippers who would, with some degree of certainty, use the MMNA if indeed these lines were preserved, or if indeed the state took them over through an OFA? Has there been any outreach to other potential shippers?
Yeah, the commissioner talked about it since this started, and even before. We're a big state land-wise, but we're a small state, and we're in very close contact with our railroads and the shippers. I mean, people will call us up, complaints of service with their local railroads and things like that. So, and so we've met, I don't know how many, several times and continually with shippers, regional economic development folks, weekly conference calls, but conference calls on a very regular basis with these groups. We did have the Gary Hunter of Railroad Industries Incorporated came here, interviewed all current shippers as well as some other potential shippers to evaluate that. We talked with them, and yes, we think with, based on that report, and I believe some of that, if not all of it, is on file with our protest, and we'd be happy to provide more information on that. But would show that we think it's viable. I mean, certainly that's with the state taking ownership and taking that burden of capital away. But after that, our model is to invest some public dollars to put in the state of good repair, and then put a third party operator on it and let them do the maintenance and operate it and hopefully get ahead. And that modeling we've done has shown that that's very possible at current levels and will grow. I think there's real opportunities here to get back and grow this system.
Yeah, and just to add to that as well, I don't want to paint too rosy a picture because the deal's skinny, no matter how you look at it. But if you look toward the future, there is growth potential as the country comes out of the recession. There's no question about it. But I used to do lending when I was in economic development. I used to package deals. I worked on some startups. I worked on some turnarounds. I did some deals that didn't work, and my gut around this thing is it can work if we fix up these tracks and get the service up. I think a large part of the problem, and you'll hear it from the shippers today, that for whatever reasons, as the revenues declined with the railroad, it was able to invest less in the lines. The service diminished, and you have that downward spiral. And if we can, working with the shippers, spin this back up, I think it's worth saving. I think it can be saved, but nothing is ever guaranteed.
As you mentioned, and as other members mentioned in their statements, that once a line is abandoned, it's very, very hard to bring it back. It's also true that once a shipper makes a change and leaves rail and goes to another mode, trucking, often, it's again hard to win them back again, because they've made investment in alternative facilities and the like. But it can be done, and we do wish you luck if that's your approach. That's all I have. Thank you.
I had one quick question. Just in listening to your testimony and reading through some of the filings in this case, I did have some concern here that you mentioned considerable money being loaned to the railroad, to the applicant, and it also sounded like there were various shippers that invested considerable amount of money into their plants. Do you see any argument here that the railroad could be an estoppel type argument, that the railroad is stopped from going forward with an abandonment because of accepting all this money and possibly making claims that it was going to provide this type of service in the future? I don't know if I read that in anybody's filings, but I was curious.
This is where I feel the heat of my lawyers behind me, but
I did see your lawyer yesterday on the plane.
It is fair to say that $10.5 million we've invested in the lines, the pro rata share of that, I believe, is $4.9 million. That is a valid obligation from the railroad to the state. I don't know, Eric or Tony?
I'm not sure that we would, and I don't know the FRA documents well enough, on an negotiated settlement, it'll all be worked out in the context of the settlement. But in a strictly legal sense, I'm not sure we're making an estoppel. We do believe that there is substantial public interest and investment, which is reflected, which will be reflected in your analysis, but I don't think we make a formal estoppel argument.
Thank you.
What he said.
I understand. Sure. Commissioner Nottingham.
Commissioner Collins, one more question. I want to make sure, while we have you here, that you can help us fully understand the kind of the funding mix here. We've all been following with great interest the recently passed state bond referendum, and that makes available a substantial amount of money. Can you help us understand just the amounts made available in that bond referendum? Any other amounts of state or other funds, federal funds, that are not just promised but have actually been made available to support this rail line, and then kind of how the process could play out, and who needs to ultimately, who's the decision maker? Is it the governor alone? Does it have to go back to the state legislature, some type of deal, just so we can sort of understand the process?
Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah. In the last legislative session that's concluded, included the bond issue for $7 million in a larger transportation package. That did pass by a fairly wide margin by the voters of the state of Maine. So, even during these tough times, and the voters recognize the importance of this type of infrastructure. There was also $7 million from the states. I believe it's the rainy day fund or reserve account, which brings you up to $14 million. The DOT also has some funding from another bond issue last November that was available for rail. We have some other resources within the department, and you can appreciate, as we're negotiating on such things as price, I'm not going to get terribly specific, but I believe we have sufficient funds to pay a fair price for this. Maybe a little bit left over to attend to some critical repair needs on the line. As Phil Bossy from Senator Collins' office noted, I believe Phil mentioned the fact in the Senator's testimony that there's potential funding on that end as well. And we also intend to apply for a Tiger grant through USDOT. I've been in the grant writing business for a long, long time. And this is a federally designated empowerment zone in Aroostook County. It statistically is one of the poorer counties in the entire Northeast. Given the economic impacts and all, I'll take my chances with a Tiger grant. And again, Nate, we're looking at applying for $8 to $10 million, something in that range. And from our analysis, we feel that while we can't attend to all the capital needs of this system in one fell swoop, that will get us up to a performance level that's necessary to implement our plan, and then we'll attend to other needs over time.
And if I could just follow up just on timing, is there anything that could throw a scheduling monkey wrench into this? Is there any project where you have to go back or reconvene the legislature?
No.
Or, because you appreciate we have some, depending how this process plays out, we have some deadlines that would be imposed on us, and we just need to have a good understanding of if somebody says a deal's ready to be consummated or not, that we know that it's ready.
The legislature and the governor were very mindful of your timetable when this was put together, and we knew we didn't have time to come back to the legislature again. What the governor did do is pass an executive order creating a Aroostook County Rail Task Force, and it's made up of some very key legislators, not only from Aroostook County, but out the state, shippers, economic developers, impressive, the head of the State Chamber of Commerce, pretty impressive array of people. That is an advisory group to advise the department and the governor, but in the final analysis, I, in consultation with the governor, I guess me in his consultation, will make the final decision. And I will be reporting back to the governor after today's meeting. And I see no reason that, again, as long as we can come to a fair price, a for terms, why can't we make this happen now?
Thank you.
No, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I have one more question. The line that's being abandoned, I understand that you would connect at both ends of it again to the remnants of the MMA, correct?
Correct. Right,
So-
from Brownville Junction and St. Leonard.
Does that cause you some concern that you would sort of be a captive at both ends to the railroad? And has there any thought been given to trying to acquire more of the line so that you can connect out to another line, to another railroad?
Yeah. The governor's executive order, which created the task force and gave the department its charge, among other things, indicates the need that we need permanent trackage rights from where the abandonment ends to the key junctions. And again, in reasonable access rights.
So reasonable access to trackage rights or haulage rights then? Would a haulage agreement also be
Yeah.
applicable?
And again, I'm not going to go probably where I shouldn't go right now because into the negotiations, but let's just say we need to have reasonable access.
Okay.
We need independent utility on this rail line.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Cole. We appreciate your time and your very, very helpful comments.
Thank you all as well.
Sure. Well, gentlemen and Chairman Elliott and his fellow commissioners, we appreciate you being here today. And I know that it's very rare for you to have this type of field hearing, and that the fact you're doing so highlights the importance of this particular case, and which we view the same way. So thank you for being here. I'm Ed Burkhardt. I'm the chairman of the board of MMA, and I will be the lead-off witness for our company. To my left here is Bob Grunrod, who is the president and chief executive. Linda Morgan, one of our attorneys, and somebody who is probably quite familiar to this board, having been, for the benefit of others in the room, the last chairman of the Interstate Commerce Commission and the first chairman of the Surface Transportation Board. And off on my right, Jim Howard, who is a board member and also one of our attorneys. I will start off giving you a little bit of history of the company and the perspective of the investors and the management in operating this company. We stepped into a bad situation in January of 2003 in making a purchase from the bankruptcy court of our predecessor. Ever since then, it's been our objective to not replicate that situation. There were 12 investors involved, making an investment of $50 million to purchase MMA. This was 6.5 years ago. The management and the key investors involved in the company have a substantial experience with Class I railroads, and in particular with Wisconsin Central, a very successful regional railroad in the Midwest. In fact, the most successful of the regionals that was established as a spin-off of one of the major Class I railroads. I'm going to spend a few seconds on that because the experience with Wisconsin Central very much delineated our objectives with MMA. And that is that the company was founded on putting customers and employees first, high productivity, good service, competitive pricing. We were successful in growing the market there over a 12-year period that I was involved with the company in double digits each year. And the shippers responded very, very well. In fact, we received numerous shipper awards, including #1 rail freight carrier in the United States in the distribution magazine Shipper Poll. This led to a successful IPO company that overall was very successful, and its focus was on forestry and paper, which leads us very much to the situation at MMA, the same type of business base. We started off with similar plans for MMA. perhaps too ambitious in light of hindsight, but we were going to focus on productivity and service, customers and employees, and grow the market. However, we encountered immediate and continuing problems. The very day that we closed on the purchase of the railroad, the number one customer, Great Northern Paper Company, went into bankruptcy and closed their 2 paper mills on their line, neither of which is on the line proposed for abandonment, but had significant effect on the company as a whole. Ever since then, we've encountered weak business conditions in the state, which, in the light of the economic meltdown, have simply become worse. We've had bankruptcies within the customer base, some of which have resulted in a substantial loss to us in terms of credit we've extended to these customers. It's a fact that doing business in the state of Maine is not an easy place. I recently read a survey run by CEO Magazine where they interviewed about 700 chief executives all around the country about which states were best at creating jobs. And they were basically looking at the overall business situation. Maine ranked 37th out of 50. Now, if you're not good at creating jobs, and this ranking would indicate that Maine is not particularly good at creating jobs, you're not very good at putting carloads of freight on railroads that are serving the state. That very bluntly is the situation we have faced here since day one. We've had heavy losses totaling $15 million since the 2003 startup. I've read in the press about people thinking that if we sell this railroad that we'll have made some kind of windfall. Well, I can tell you that the windfall starts with a deficit of $15 million. The unanticipated problems in the revenue base had the effect of destroying our careful business planning. We have never been able to implement the business plan that we anticipated. This put a real issue up to the management and to the board of whether the company was sustainable. The fact of the matter is that in this business you better be able to put a capital investment of $14,000 per mile per year into your infrastructure in order to simply maintain the status quo. $14,000 means that you end the year in about the same condition that you start the year on your infrastructure. That for the red line, I refer to the red line on our abandonment map, is $3.2 million per year, which is better than half of the total revenue on the line. If we cannot put $3.2 million per year into the infrastructure on this line in the way of capital, we have an asset that's diminishing in utility and eventually will become unusable. And this is exactly what we've seen. Action by management and investors, I think we've stepped up to the plate and done all we could. We've had draconian reductions in expenses, taking our employment from over 300 to about 200 in the last several years. We've shored up our capital base. Our investors have put in additional equity and have converted debt to equity. Debt that they owned was converted to equity. Nobody can say that the investors in this company have stood by and sucked cash out of the company and not done what was necessary to assure its financial viability. But we have several loans, which I might say, in terms of meeting the loan criteria, we are in default on at the moment. And in fact, we're not paying people under these loans because we don't have the cash, and we'll prefer to use our cash to maintain the operation. There has been zero return to the shareholders. It's obvious that we need a long-term solution. This is not sustainable by private people. Now let's get down to the fundamental problem, and this is light density, which converts into revenue per mile. In very round figures, The Class 1 railroads in the United States have $400,000 revenue per mile. I referred to the great success we had in operating Wisconsin Central. In 1999, we had $140,000 revenue per mile at WC, and we did fine. MM&A has $40,000 revenue per mile, and the abandonment lines, the red line, have $20,000 revenue per mile. There's absolutely nobody in this business that can stand up and say you can run a railway on a sustainable basis with revenue of $20,000 per mile. In fact, I think we're proving we can't do it at $40,000 per mile. My personal number is $50,000 per mile is about the dividing line. Anything less than that, you've got a problem on your hands. At $50,000 or higher, I think if you run a very tight operation, financial controls, good service, shippers will support you. I think you have a chance of making it. The abandonment plan that we've developed, the best solution of in response to the abandonment plan is a sale to the state. We totally support the objectives of the state to become the owner of this railroad because we share the views that have been well expressed by Commissioner Cole that this is an essential piece of railway to the state of Maine and to the economy. At the end of the day, that's not our problem, but we share that view. We've come to the reluctant conclusion that our business plan and our private efforts are not enough to see our way through on a sustainable basis. I was a little bit surprised to see the commissioner say that he was surprised by the filing here, because in fact we've been in discussion with his office for a long time about the shortfalls, the cash shortfalls, and our inability to fund what we would see as a normal or anything approaching a normal capital expenditure program on our infrastructure. So this should not have come as any surprise. And in fact, in looking back at it, it was an absolute inevitability. But we have had good conversations with the state, and they're continuing. In fact, today I will say that we have reached an agreement with the state on price. I'm sure that the state would say that there's not an agreement until there's an agreement, and I agree with that. The agreement has to be a complete agreement, but the price issue has been discussed, and we have an understanding on that. The state has asked for access to the railway at both ends. We've agreed to this, even though that's highly unusual in this business. There have been hundreds upon hundreds, probably 500 line sales in the United States since the Staggers Act was passed, primarily from Class 1 railroads to various short lines, and none of them, to my knowledge, have ever had access conditions attached to them or access provisions. The seller says, we're selling you this line, we will be the sole connection to the line, and that's the way it's going to be. But we've not taken that position. We've said we would accommodate to a reasonable access conditions. We're not going to be accommodating to access conditions that wind up sucking the livelihood out of the adjoining remaining part of our system. And some of the proposals that have been made to us would have exactly that result. So we're saying we would offer access under normal commercial terms. We're not in the business of holding up anybody, and in fact, if somebody were to try to do so with a prospective short line operator of this territory, they would fail because it would simply result in that short line operator not being competitive and not being a success on its own. If we sell this railway and a short line takes it over, it's very much to our interest to see that that railway will be successful. I'm going to summarize our situation by saying sustainability, we are not even close. This is not gray area. I appreciate that there's going to be some testimony that really we're coining money on this railway and that we shouldn't be here at all. Don't I wish? The situation today is a threat to the balance of the system, which we have determined to be viable. it cannot continue without pulling down the balance of the system. And we have vital public services on the rest of our railway, of which this is approximately 1/3. There is a wide variety of competitive alternatives in the particular territory that we serve. Maine is one of the few states that has a 100,000-pound truck weight limit, whereas the national standard is 80,000 pounds. Well, this has been presented as something to be proud of. This is a particular one of the major reasons that we're here today. Is that it's very hard to operate a competitive railway when your truckers have weight restrictions that are not applicable in most of the rest of the country. The 100,000-pound truck has taken most of the market from us. They took the market from us long before we reduced our service. Trucks handle about 90% of the freight market in the particular territory that we're meeting in. The burden on interstate commerce of the current operation of this abandonment line far outweighs any public inconvenience in our view. We have concern over safety, and a continuation of the present situation is impossible. We are not putting sufficient money into the railway. We have reduced train speeds where necessary to maintain safety, but once you get to 10 miles an hour over 233 miles of railway, you don't have anywhere else to go. And there comes a point at which you can't operate it safely, at which point it will be shut down. The STB should allow the abandonment in our view, and then stand ready to broker the sale price, or actually determine the sale price, should there be a continuing disagreement with the state over what that should be. That, in summary, is our position. We have several other witnesses, and Bob, are you next?
Thank you, Mr. Burkhart.
Thank you very much. Oh, I would ask, or maybe you would prefer to hold your questions until our panel is finished?
Yeah, we'll ask questions after everyone goes.
Fine, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner Elliott, Vice Chairman Mulvey, and Commissioner Nottingham. My name is Bob Grindrod. I'm the President and CEO of Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic. I am here for just a moment to talk about service levels, which is something that you're going to hear about, I'm sure, later in the afternoon. I would say that we have made an earnest effort, as much as possible, to expand the traffic base of the railway, because it's in our best interest to do so. You certainly don't make money by going out of business. And we are here, as I have said many times in many legislative hearings and many other gatherings, we consider this a last resort. We hope that a sale can be arranged. We are continuing mediation. And again, this is the last resort. We have a few unknowns going forward into the future. A couple of major shippers on the line. One is Fraser Timber, who will appear in a few moments. Fraser Timber has two lumber mills, one of which is closed, the other of which is operating at the moment. But these mills are subject to a bankruptcy proceeding in the court in Ontario, and they essentially have been classified as unneeded assets and are going to be for sale, as we understand it. A great deal of the traffic on the lines, as well you know, is related to the forest products industry, and particularly to the housing industry. And while we agree that there will be some revival of the housing industry, even the optimistic studies done by the consultant for the state predict a revival to about 12,000 cars a year, which is what we were doing in 2007 and losing money. The customers directly impacted by housing, Huber Materials and Louisiana Pacific, both of whom are going to testify, have said that in their best judgment, the revival is somewhere between 2 to 5 years away. One of the major items you're going to hear about today, I believe, is changes in service. And I have to tell you that we made changes in service in response to declines in traffic and declines in revenue. There is an Exhibit B in the rebuttal statement that I guess it's my verified statement in the rebuttal statement that details in tabular form by month when changes were made and the causes of those changes. And you can see by reviewing those that they were service reductions were the effect, not the cause. We made no service reductions whatever in 2007. In 2008, in a period where year-over-year traffic losses were at about 40%, and the company had sustained 3 consecutive months with operating losses of $1 million a month, and this is for a $30 million company. We made service reductions. Additional reductions followed in August as things got worse, and the final reductions were made in January of 2009 when traffic was down 50% year over year. We instituted in March of 2009 a 15% pay reduction for all employees of the company, and as Ed mentioned, we reduced the staff of the company from about 325 employees to 215 between 2008 and 2009. I think we have cut our expenses as far as we can, and the losses continue. I've been asked to say something. I think it's obvious. If a deal isn't done with the state, and if an abandonment isn't authorized, the downward trend is going to continue. We are going to have more and more track problems. Service will be slower and slower and worse, and we will probably have to raise prices to get some level of control over where we are. There are a couple of recent developments that I'd like to bring to your attention. Twin Rivers Paper Company, formerly known as Fraser, in the record has announced their intention to move all their traffic by way of the Canadian National and the route through Canada. That will reduce the carloads over the abandonment lines by 22% and the revenue on these lines by 39%. This is only going to make what is a bad situation already a much worse one. As I said, we have done about as much as any prudent management could do to reduce the cost of operating the railroad and, frankly, be able to still make payroll at the end of the month and cover the very necessary bills that you absolutely have to operate a railroad. So I will defer to Ms. Moore.
Thank you very much. How much time do we have remaining?
You have 8 minutes.
Thank you very much. Chairman Elliott, Vice Chairman Mulvey, Commissioner Nottingham, pleasure to be here to talk on behalf of MMA about the abandonment filing. I think, let me first of all start out by saying that I think it's important for the board to understand that for MMA, the filing for abandonment of these lines at issue was the last resort, pursued only after significant efforts by the carrier to overcome economic circumstances that ended up being beyond MMA's control. MMA certainly understands the seriousness of the issues raised and the importance of rail service to this region, which is why MMA continues to work with the state to seek a resolution of this particular matter. And I think as the board reviews this important matter under the law, MMA, aware of the challenge that you all face in making the right decision here, urges you to implement the law reflecting the balance that is envisioned in the statute. In implementing the statute, the agency has held in cases like this one that abandonment approval is to be granted if the burden on the applicant and on interstate commerce in general from continued operations outweighs any harm to local interests if the service is abandoned. The MMA, in our view, the MMA application meets this test and should be granted, and importantly, for an OFA, an offer of financial assistance, to be possible, the application must be granted for that process to proceed. In talking about the abandonment application and the board's important responsibilities here, I thought it would be helpful to quickly review the 5 key points that the opposition has raised in connection with the application itself. The first is that avoidable losses and other costs that have been presented by MMA have been overstated. The second is that an economic rebound is on the way if MMA would just hang in and weather the economic storm. Thirdly, that MMA has not taken sufficient actions to prevent where we are today and to create an opportunity for viability before filing the abandonment application. Fourth, that if an abandonment were to occur, that there would be no reasonable alternative transportation available for customers affected. And lastly, that loss of rail service as a general matter would be substantially harmful to this community. And I would just offer briefly responses to those 5 issues, which I think are important to review here today. First of all, with respect to avoidable losses, the record shows that by any reasonable measure, the losses and costs associated with continuing to operate this line are significant. Even if the board were to assume that the $4 million in avoidable losses that MMA has produced in the record are too much, and that 1/2 of that would be more realistic, $2 million in losses is still significant, and I think we need to keep that in mind. Second of all, the record shows that even under the most optimistic scenario concerning a rebound, it would not be sufficient for sustained viability. We have produced in the record evidence that indicates that while carloads and revenues may eventually reach, although not necessarily exceed, pre-recession levels, these levels would still not be enough to sustain profitable operations in the time that would be required to pursue viability. And lastly, thirdly, the record shows that financial and service initiatives have been undertaken, as has been indicated in prior comments. Fourth, the record shows that truck transportation is available in the region. The infrastructure is in place, and truck capacity exists. And finally, the record shows that the rest of the MMA system that would not be subject to this abandonment application would have a better chance of surviving if it were not brought down by the existence of continued operations of the lines at issue today, and also that another owner could be brought in for the abandoned lines under an OFA process, which, as I indicated, would require acceptance of approval of the application. And those two situations, the continued viability of the other part of the MMA system and a new owner that might make better chance with the lines, together would, in our view, present a much better situation for the community than continued operations of these lines. So by way of summary, let me say that as we know, the abandonment law is intended to ensure the appropriate balance between the need for railroads to have the opportunity to be financially viable and the balance of that with any harm that any abandonment to affected shippers and the affected community would be. And in our view, striking the right balance here calls for recognizing that continued operations for the applicant would be a burden and it would outweigh the harm to the affected community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Yes,
Yeah.
Vice Chairman Mulvey?
Ms. Morgan, you mentioned how difficult it's been for the MMA to make a profit on this, and if there's an OFA and the state buys it and tries to find another operator, why wouldn't another operator take this thing over, especially if it's going to have to connect to the MMA at both ends and be sort of an orphan line, which is captive to the MMA at both ends? Could that new railroad possibly make a go of this without getting subsidy from the state, in your view?
Well, I think, and again, we are in discussions with the state on these issues, which is if you have the state buys the line and brings in an operator, then you want to make sure the operator is sustainable and the existing MMA lines are sustainable. And so working those issues through has exactly been the part of the discussion. And I think obviously done in a way that hopefully will put both of those pieces in the proper balance is what we are looking for and is possible. But clearly, leaving the MMA lines in operation is really not going to be helpful to the community in the long term. And I don't know, Ed, if you have want to say anything to that from your end.
Well, I think your point is very important because everybody, if a short line is to be brought in on this portion of the railway, it has to be viable or else we haven't solved the problem. So we've actually started to run some simulations, financial simulations, which are at a very early stage, but they do indicate that under the terms and conditions that we have proposed for access to such a operator, if they only had to pay above the rail costs, the below the rail was state responsibility, sold off to the state, would be viable. And that's and actually would probably be in a position to make some payments then for the operating rights to the state. That's important to achieve that.
So as long as they didn't have the capital cost, the investment cost, and the infrastructure, if they only had to pay the variable costs and the direct operating costs at that level, you think that they could be viable then?
Yeah.
Well, my other question on that is then access. How much line of continued MMA rail would this new railroad have to ride over in order to meet up with a third railroad, say the Canadian National or somebody else? How far would it be? How much trackage would it have to? How much MMA trackage would it have to go over before it could access another line?
Well, we're talking about access at both north end.
Both north and south, so one at each one.
It's about 25 or 30 miles in the north and about 50 miles in the south. And we're offering haulage and tractor rights
You're negotiating haulage and trackage rights agreement with the, that's what would have to take place. Okay, thank you.
Chairman,
Commissioner Nottingham?
I'd like to follow up on that line of questioning if I could, because we've got a room full of people here, some of whom are rail business experts, and some are just good, hardworking taxpayers who may not be rail business experts, and some in between. And what we've heard from different witnesses is that there seems to be substantial agreement amongst the state and the railroad about some of the big issues at play here about what the rail line might actually be worth in an exchange or sale or transaction, but that the sticking point seems to be this issue of trackage rights, another variation on trackage rights. We sometimes use the phrase haulage rights, we just heard. And just to make sure we all are on the same page, this is trackage rights and haulage rights, Mr. Burkhart. They address the pretty common situation where one rail line connects only to another and does not have any real alternatives but to connect to the other railroad, which would be the case here. You mentioned the 25 miles heading north along your railroad and the 50 miles south, if I followed correctly. And understandably, as a business, you would need to be compensated to some extent for the fact that your rail line would then be accommodating heavy, loaded rail cars coming off of the state, potentially state-owned rail line, wearing out your track, or in part wearing out your track, causing maintenance expenses, et cetera, and you need to be compensated for that. Is that a fair way to summarize what trackage rights and haulage rights are all about?
Sure, absolutely.
And is the state saying that they want free ride over your track?
No, they made no such statement. The offer that we made was to do this on ordinary commercial terms, which means that we have our cost plus a margin built into it, which is the way most businesses operate. The state we have made a specific offer to the state. They have neither accepted nor rejected that. They would prefer trackage rights as compared with haulage rights.
Mm-hmm.
And what helps understand the difference? Assuming that money is exchanging hands under either scenario, what would the difference be? And you don't have to speak necessarily about this particular situation broadly, hypothetically. I mean, I think terms like haulage rights and trackage rights have the same meaning wherever they're different terms occasionally, but the same general meaning. What would be to you, for example, what's the difference? What would the problem be with trackage rights as opposed to haulage rights?
Well, let me just back up for a moment and say that our whole purpose here is trying to improve the economics of what essentially is a light density system. And under trackage rights, the short line would be operating over our railway to reach the third-party connection, and we would continue in operation ourselves. So what we have now is a multiplicity of carriers running over the same railway, each handling a short train, a handful of cars. The problem here is that we don't have enough volume to have the economics of scale work properly in this territory, which means that our unit costs are high. Now, under trackage rights, you haven't helped that. What you've done is you've further deteriorated that situation by having duplicative service that's unnecessary. So the haulage alternative, wherein the short line would do the pricing and would have full control of the marketing of the commodity, and MM&A would provide haulage to reach the connecting line at an agreed price, would not be subject to the marketing conditions, seems to us to work a lot better. In any case, we need what might look like a pretty substantial payment because of the fact that most of the cost in this territory with light density is infrastructure costs. And when we have small volumes of traffic moving over a railway, the unit cost is high.
If I could, you touched on some possible scenarios if this abandonment process were to become overly protracted or were to not result in a favorable abandonment decision, favorable from the terms of the railroad, certainly not to the community, but that you would be staring at basically at a bankruptcy scenario? Is that basically what I heard you say? That do you have is there a corporate parent company or someone else out there with large amounts of money that you can go to?
If you're looking at it, this has been our own money. It's an investor group, and yes, there are some corporate investors involved there and some individuals, but the alternative of bankruptcy is not something that we would automatically subscribe to. Although if we did that, I think we'd be back in a proceeding something similar to that, because the lines would be sold off, and they wouldn't be sold off subject to some kind of outside condition.
And this agency does not have a role to play in bankruptcy. I should ask that to, I guess, Ms. Morgan, but in your legal opinion, what role does STB have during a bankruptcy proceeding?
Well, they might be part of the proceeding, but you wouldn't be in charge of the proceeding. You'd be someplace else in court.
Right.
What we do from a management standpoint is much preferable is to try to raise prices and cut service further in this territory to find out where these lines cross. And there could be a point at which the pricing would be so high that it wouldn't be attractive to any customers, at which time we'd simply suspend service on the lines and say there's no business here. That's not an attractive thought to anybody, and I think is a far worse alternative than any of the others that we've looked at here. It might be a better alternative from our standpoint than bankruptcy. You're asking whether I would choose the hangman's noose or firing squad, frankly, from a business standpoint.
And if I might just follow up on that, I mean, I think that the law reflects the challenge in these situations where you have a line that is struggling and you have a community that's interested in rail service, and how you get to the answer that balances all of those interests is definitely a challenge. And I think that's what this case is about, and I think the law reflects the sort of challenge that we're faced with here. But in our view, continuing operation that is not sustainable in the long run is not going to be helpful to this community. That getting viable rail service in whatever way we can put that together is the better option.
Ms. Morgan, if I could ask, it's important to, I think, for all of us understand the right balance of incentives when we consider different trackage rights or haulage rights arrangements. Could you help us understand the importance of those incentives? In other words, having the receiving rail line, and if there is in fact an abandonment or a transaction that results in a new operator of the line that's proposed for abandonment, funneling rail traffic onto and through the MM&A system, how important it is to have enough incentive on the part of the MM&A to keep the line well maintained and to do, in some scenarios, the marketing and promoting, as opposed to having a lack of incentive where problems possibly could arise or persist.
And you're talking about on the MMA line that would be retained.
Correct.
Yes. And I think clearly, as Ed has and Bob both have put it, if you're just struggling to make ends meet on a day-to-day basis, you're really constrained. I think the hope here would be that shifting focus with the resources to the existing lines would create the kind of financial ability. It's not that MMA doesn't have incentive, but they have capacity to make it go in a different kind of ways than the situation that exists today. And that's what we're talking about here and working toward.
Thank you.
If I could just follow up on that a bit. When I mentioned my opening remarks that 233 miles is the largest abandonment that I've seen in my time here, it is large. But has any thought been given to making the abandonment 303 miles? That is to add the 50 miles and the 25 miles so that the entire line is abandoned, so that whoever buys it is more of an independent operator and isn't faced with a steel or paper barrier, for example, and can therefore connect to other railroads. So is that a potential option, that the large part of the line might be sellable?
Well, the line to the north and the line to the south is reasonably profitable. Its sale price would not be for net liquidation value.
It would have the going concern value. So you have net liquidation value for the two parts, the part that's now being proposed for abandonment, but then going concern value for either the 25 or the 50 or both other parts to make the line more attractive to a potential buyer.
This is our abandonment application was to focus on that part of the system that's producing these losses, and the rest of it is not. So I don't think that the state would want to fund a much higher sale price and food purchases of these economically viable railway lines on both sides of the abandonment.
Well, they would be getting something that's economically viable in addition to something which heretofore is not economically viable. So wouldn't that make it even more attractive to the state then in that sense, even though it's going to cost them more money?
It could be. I mean, if the state is interested in buying our whole system in Maine, we're quite willing to have that discussion with them. Right now, the focus has been on the bad part of it.
Right, but there's more to the MMA system than simply the 300 miles we're talking about here. There's several hundred miles of other operations also that the MMA has, correct? Yeah, thank you.
Do you have more questions
I do,
on these lines?
Mr. Chairman, if you...
No, go ahead.
I wanted to
Mine's on
explore
a different line.
Well, I was going to get into the maintenance and possible deferred maintenance issues, so let me let you have the first crack at that if you want to. I was going to change topics a little bit from the track.
Okay. Just one concern I had was on, I was reading through your application and subsequent rebuttal, and with respect to some of the rehabilitation costs, I noticed that you had in there that you foresee putting it up to Class 2 or Class 3 levels, which appears to run counter to board precedent and regulation. And I was wondering if you could, I noticed you tried to explain it to some extent in your rebuttal, but if you could explain it a little bit in more detail. I don't think I quite followed it as much in the rebuttal.
Jim, do you want to work on that?
Jim Howard. We tried to explain that bringing it to Class 2 or 3 levels would increase the efficiency and decrease operating costs, and that would be a good thing to do with a long line like that. I think we quantified some of the savings that would be generated through crew savings and fuel and that sort of thing if we had the higher speeds. I think there may be a difference between what everybody on our side thinks is appropriate for getting it back to a state of good repair versus what should be included in terms of subsidization costs under the board's regulations. But I think let me put it this way, the estimate of $18 to $19 million to bring the line up to Class 2 and 3, in some places Class 1 of the branches, is the exact same estimate that was put in by the state in their Tiger application last year when the state was trying to get funding for the acquisition. These are the estimates that were used as necessary to bring these tracks to a state of good repair.
Thank you. One further question, and I think I had some concerns also in reviewing the case and some of the numbers in this case with respect to net liquidation value. And one of my concerns was with respect to bridge removal. I know board precedent usually doesn't take that into consideration as an offset in net liquidation value. But here, I was wondering if you look at it from an economic standpoint, if a buyer was buying it, wouldn't they take that into consideration in looking at the net liquidation value of a line, having to remove, which, as I understand it, are a considerable amount of bridges on this line?
Yeah, assumption was that the bridges would remain in place, which is the only way you can have continuous rail operation if you sell it to the state or some other operator.
Yeah, I understand the assumption because in that instance, but in the normal view of net liquidation value, you're obviously assuming that it's going to be liquidated, and at that point, do you say these bridges are never going to be removed? They obviously would pose some kind of safety risk at some point, and if that should be a consideration.
I think maybe to the contrary, Chairman, the railroads in Maine have sold many miles of abandoned right-of-way to the state and other buyers, and the bridges have been left in place for safety reasons. These abandoned lines are part of a pretty vast snowmobile and trail system, and we'd be having more safety problems if the bridges were out as opposed to leaving the bridges in.
Okay, thank you.
Also,
Sure.
there's an alternative of selling lines for power and other utility rights of way. And in those cases, they always would like you to leave the bridges in for obvious reasons.
And getting back to my earlier question to the state with respect to kind of an estoppel argument, I understand what the state has done and the federal government has done, but I was also somewhat concerned in reading some of the briefs of the filings of some of the shippers with respect to investments they have made. And I mean, how do you respond to their concerns that they've made considerable investments with possibly the assumption that there would be continued rail service there? Do you feel like they have some type of estoppel argument in this situation?
Well, I think that the law is clear as to what the standards are that the agency is to apply in the context of an abandonment application.
Sure.
I suppose the question would be how you would define harm to the shippers in the community if somehow expectation were part of your definition. But I think that is a bit of a slippery slope in the sense that I think in the commercial environment, everybody takes a risk, whether it's the customers or the railroad. And certainly in this case with MMA, the group that stepped forward to purchase it and to try to make a go of it certainly didn't anticipate, for example, that certain shippers would suffer financial decline themselves, and that then there would be an economic downturn that would be significant on top of that. So I think the world of business creates uncertainties, and I think estoppel concepts do get you into a situation where the agency is in essence predicting the market and what is okay to allow to happen and what is not. I think with respect to the particular concept of the estoppel and the situation with the state and funding, I think it was mentioned earlier that this is part of the discussion. I mean, the word estoppel hasn't necessarily been used in discussions,
Right.
but it is part of the package of discussion that is going on between the state and MMA. So whether the law reflects it specifically, certainly the parties here in interest are trying to accommodate the various interests and concerns in this context.
Thank you. Mr. Nottingham?
Mr. Grinrod, you may be the most appropriate person to ask this question, but I'll leave it open to the panel. Much has been said about the financial strain that the railroad has had to bear in keeping this rail line that's now proposed for abandonment open and running. What type of tough investment decisions have you had to make vis-a-vis maintenance and capital investment? Have you had to cut back? If you'd give some examples of how that sort of plays out in a real-world context.
We've had to make decisions. We look at our budgets going forward every year and see how much money is available for capital investment, and then we have to take that capital investment and look at those funds and put them in the most needy places, also reflected though by levels of traffic. You don't defects that are found and anticipating defects and trying to make some small improvements. But the last several years, because of the economy, it's been very much a game of finger in the dike almost, the Band-Aid approach and doing the best you can with very limited resources. And we don't take any chances with safety, and that's why we have slowed down the railroad in many areas because, quite frankly, the railroad is deteriorating more quickly than we can arrest the decline.
Thank you, and that helps us, I think, navigate one of the constant tensions that we see across the country with difficult abandonment proposals. It's a very common fact scenario that a railroad that finds itself in a situation of seeking abandonment feels under financial strain and has to cut back on maintenance and capital investment, and it creates this cycle which inevitably results in railroad customers, sometimes called shippers, saying, wait a second, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Of course, if they stop investing in the rail line, it's going to deteriorate to such an extent that you have a crisis and it needs to be closed or bought by somebody else. And we have important legal balances that Ms. Morgan helped explain and articulated very well. But it's in the context of this, what I call this sort of vicious cycle that's playing out too. And our job is to make sure that no railroad is unreasonably cutting back on maintenance in order to just make the case that here it is, a crisis.
The alternative is that you ignore the economic situation, spend money you don't have, and end up bankrupt the way the Vanguard Aroostook ended up. That is not a viable solution either, I would suggest.
Thank you.
Just one more comment following up on that, because I think this is important. What I think we're trying to present here is an alternative to either disappearance of service or continued operations that are not sustainable and will continue to provide less favorable service over time. So I think that it's not just the abandonment application itself, it's the entire picture that we're trying to present, what hopefully is a better alternative for the community.
I have one more question. Of particular interest to me is this issue of evaluation of the line when it's going to be sold in an OFA or otherwise. And you presented an alternative to the cross-defense methodology, which the board normally uses in valuing a railroad, and you're talking about this corridor mentality. This corridor valuation. Do you want to explain why you think the corridor valuation is more appropriate here than the board's usual across-defense approach?
Well, go ahead.
There are only a few cases, you're right, where the board has used the corridor methodology. And normally where it's a short line and somebody has signed a purchase and sale agreement to buy the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's obviously not the case here, but we have, I think, made a very good record showing a history of acquisitions of corridors in this state by the state and by private interests for corridor uses. I mentioned the snowmobile trails. Mr. Burkhardt mentioned the possibility of utility easements. We think that there is a strong interest in these corridors for non-rail uses, and that this would be an appropriate case to say, yes, the cross-defense value doesn't make sense here. These corridors, if they are abandoned, can be sold for non-rail uses at, frankly, much higher prices, which leads to the difference between the cross-defense appraisal versus the corridor appraisal.
Right. The last time we dealt with this was the opposite. The cross-defense appraisal was the one that had the higher price. The alternative was one that was attempting to value the opportunity cost of the land at close to zero. So this is going the other side, saying that the corridor approach actually exceeds the cross-defense approach.
Yes, that's what the appraisals show in this case.
Okay.
For sure.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you very much for appearing here today, and also want to continue to encourage you to engage in discussions with the state, and we hope that does continue, and anything we can do to help that process, we stand ready to do that. Thank you. Will be Fraser Timber Limited. I believe that is Mr. Horn. And we do ask from here on, when we do ask questions, that you come up to the podium to respond, because we're having troubles picking it up. So no one's fault. It's the way the system works. So you have 7 minutes. And you'll know when your 7 minutes is up, because that buzzer is quite loud. So.
Good morning, Chairman Elliott, Chairman Mulvey, and Commissioner Nottingham. Welcome to the state of Maine, and thank you for providing this forum for our company as well as other interested parties on this very important topic. Also, good morning to representatives of Senators Olympia Snowe and Senator Susan Collins, also Congressman Michaud. Our elected officials have been very supportive and assistive in this very difficult process, and we're very thankful for that. Again, my name is Arkin Horn. I'm the controller of Fraser Timber Limited. We're a lumber manufacturing firm located in Ashland and Sardis, Maine. I'd like to begin by saying that I've been privileged with the opportunity to speak in testimony at meetings in Washington, Bangor, Augusta, and in my hometown now, Presque Isle. So from the capital of our nation to the capital of our state to where we reside, I'm in awe of the process, appreciative of the process, and thank that we reside in a country that gives us a forum to help shape the way we live and prosper. In so many parts of the world, this opportunity, this meeting we're having today, wouldn't be possible. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to begin by stating officially that Fraser Timber Limited supports the state of Maine's proposed acquisition of MMNA's proposed to be abandoned 233 miles of track in northern Maine in order to preserve reliable rail service in the region. We strongly urge that the state of Maine and MMA resolve their current disagreements and reach a viable solution which avoids abandonment and severe economic harm a stoppage of rail service will have. Now, many before I have testified to the impact. Certainly, we are no different as a manufacturing company in northern Maine. A little bit about our company background. Established in '79, we operate 2 standalone facilities in Ashland and Sardis. We employ about 250 workers. We put out approximately a $12 million payroll into the local economy. Due to the downturn in the current U.S. housing industry, we are now just operating at 89% of capacity at our Sardis plant. Our Ashland plant at present remains idle. We have not abandoned these assets. We have parked them. We intend to run them when the opportunity presents itself and the lumber market provides us an opportunity in which we can operate in a sustainable and viable manner. Manufacturing is a concentric business. Whether we manufacture lumber or OSB goods, or if we produce paper and pulp, we have a concentric effect upon the communities and other businesses in which we operate. Our company is no different. It ships about 70% of its annual production by rail, 30% by truck. Rail is more cost efficient than truck, as nearly 4 truckloads of lumber can be placed on 1 rail car. If we were to remove that 70% of our deliveries by rail and replace by truck, an additional 2,500 truckloads of lumber would travel across Maine and U.S. highways, as most of our lumber is shipped throughout the eastern and southern United States. Now, we are not anti-truck. In fact, I mentioned the other 30% of our portfolio is shipped by truck. And different to the statements I've heard, trucking resources are not available to us to increase that number. We struggle now to ship the 30% by truck. Most of the trucking contractors in this area have downsized, sold their assets, and moved to other business areas. We struggle with meeting customer needs by truck. However, that being said, we are a large manufacturer of lumber. We sell to large customers that buy large volumes and require it in a certain time frame, as they are wholesalers that act on a commodity market. If we are unable to ship this large volume by rail, our customers will go elsewhere. They'll be serviced by other lumber mills who are serviced by Reliable Rail, and we will lose competition, market share, and revenue. We're sized to operate at great capacity, and as I mentioned, we're only operating one of our sites at 89% of capacity. However, when the economy improves, we see ourselves going back to that. The U.S. housing at this point is stymied by oversupply, but at some point in time that will correct itself. We've already seen increases from our prior history. We used to average approximately 72% by rail. That number dipped to 54% in 2008 and down as low as 42% in 2009. Today, year to date, through this month, we're at 68% by rail. So we are making a recovery, and we're pleased to see that. The lack of rail service makes Fraser Timber less competitive. Being less competitive will lead to eventual production curtailment and possibly mill closure. The ensuing reduction in our timber consumption will really reduce the volume many logging contractors can harvest, as we are the largest sawmill operator in northern Maine. Furthermore, the associated reduction of the production of bark, sawdust, and shavings, all of which are byproducts of lumber manufacturing, would negatively impact local plants using them for fuel, to produce energy, raw materials to produce pulp and paper, bedding, and wood pellets. We support a lot of industries, as I mentioned. The 438 Maine businesses currently supplying Fraser Timber with raw materials, goods, and services will see a significant loss of business. Now, we're as challenged as any business, and as you're aware, we're under Chapter 15 creditor protection. But however, we are operating in a vital manner. We are producing revenue, we're producing a tax base, we're employing people, we're generating revenue for the state of Maine, the federal government, as well as our own local communities. We don't have the option to abandon. We don't have a go past jail card. We have to tough it out. We have to find ways to exist during a very difficult economy. And to do so, we have to see a light in the tunnel, and that would be that we know that in a certain amount of time, things will change, and we'll need the infrastructure to move our goods and services. As many of you will know, I don't need to repeat that Maine is rich in its natural resources, rich in the finest standing timber in all of Americas, rich in agricultural products, pulp and paper products. However, we are very far, our proximity to our markets is very far, and we must rely on rail service to get us there. In closing, I'd like to make a couple of recommendations that I've observed in the many meetings that I've attended. And first starting in Washington, D.C. with yourself, Chairman Elliott, as we sat with Chairman Oberster on a meeting. Chairman Oberster stated that he felt that there needed to be a creative solution worked between the MMA and the state of Maine, to which an outcome would be possible, that Maine has no other options, that northern Maine has limited infrastructure to move its goods and services. To the state of Maine, the proposed buyer, our company recommends that they define, and I'll finish, an investment program in which it can break even or better, structure in a way that it can offer customers efficient and cost-effective rail transportation. We would invite that the state involve, entice, and empower customers to expand their usage of rail in Maine, and as an operator and as a shipper, we would pledge our support. Our recommendation to the MMA, the proposed sale of these assets. The MMA should structure a package, offer such assets in a manner that's efficiently operable by the state, remove any barriers to connectivity and growth, as to remain a benefactor of the success of the customers on this line that will eventually travel to MMA's remaining southern and western segments. We're all related in some way. We're all dependent, and we certainly should look to each other's success. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. I do have one question. You mentioned that you ship 70% essentially by rail and 30% by truck. And in the event, hypothetically, if there was an abandonment, what would you be forced to do at that point?
As part of our overall contingency planning, we've looked into those areas. We've looked at off-site reload centers where we would truck the 4 truckloads of wood to load 1 rail car. That is very cost inefficient. We've looked at going north and south. We've looked at going perhaps through in some way getting to the CN. Again, our customers are located in the eastern and southern United States, and it's not a very efficient move. You mentioned that. Just a couple things on that line, if I may entertain the group further. We sell our products into a delivered market. Freight is not a cost center to us. We're charged by the MMA and other lines to move freight. We essentially charge our customers at cost. However, we compete with other manufacturers who have cost-effective, reliable rail service. So as we're competing in this commodity market, we're challenged to be competitive. Okay? The notion was that this rail line, if abandoned, would provide a number of trails, a number of snowmobile trails, ATV trails, perhaps some tourism. Those trails aren't going to generate the $15 million or $12 million in payroll we do. It's not going to generate the tax base. It's not going to generate the proceeds of the $60, $70 million in sales we have. And it's certainly not going to employ the 250 people that we will employ when this economy turns. The matter of is, as the STB is challenged with the decision, the impact financially to the community in which the abandoned rail lines exist is far more than we can imagine. And it's exponentially into the future. As once it's gone forever.
Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Just a quick
Commissioner?
point of clarification. Mr. Horn, if I heard you correctly, you said a few moments ago that your firm has no option to abandon. And while I understand there's probably not a formal process called an abandonment process in the timber industry or the wood processing industries, and it's a little bit of a distressing topic, but I think it's important that we all know the facts here. All businesses have an option to abandon, correct? I mean, if your board and your leadership and your sees no viable future, in other words, railroads are somewhat unique in they have an option to abandon, but it's heavily regulated by the Surface Transportation Board and federal law. Most other businesses actually don't have to ask permission or wait for federal approval to abandon. And in fact, I don't need to say that to this part of the state. They've seen it. They're painfully aware that they see businesses shutter up and close and go away. It's a sad point. But what did you intend to say when you said that your company, you've idled one plant, you haven't...
Yeah, specifically, we're carrying the cost of our Ashland site. We're paying for the insurance, the upkeep. We're paying for the taxes that are ongoing. We're employing the personnel to keep it insurable and safe. And we've readied it for operations when the market on lumber turns. We have 2 sawmills, Ashland, that are idle right now, and they have a cascading effect on other businesses. What I mean to say is we're the largest sawmill operator in northern Maine. We are truly blessed to be located in a remote area of Maine that has a very good supply of standing timber. And if it's not us operating, somebody else will. Certainly take advantage of these raw materials. So we're not going to throw our hands up. We're not going to sell one part of ourselves if we don't sell all of ourselves. And even though we're in this bankruptcy proceedings, it's testament to the management and the owners that we're here to operate, we're here to employ, and just because the economy gets tough and things get, difficult, and we lose money, we're not going to walk away. We're going to bank on earnings we've made in the past to carry us through, and we're going to be innovative in trying to sustain ourselves. The MMA mentioned that they lost $15 million in this line, but I've been to many meetings, as I said, and they stated earlier in '06 and '07 they actually made money in this line. Perhaps the $15 million is the sum of the net losses over the years. So the line has, by public admission by Mr. Grindrod, made money in the past. Now, albeit that was due to when the economy was good and we were selling lots of lumber. But those days can return, and we certainly can look to improve the utilization of rail and invite more revenue.
Thank you. And I don't mean to quarrel with you. Your company's obviously been through an enormous challenge, and we wish you the best. I do just wanted to make sure everyone understands. I mean, the railroad in this case could theoretically seek to idle its facility, its line, which is what your business has had to do, unfortunately, for one of your major facilities. That's actually arguably a worst-case scenario because it actually means no rail service for a period of time with the option to renew. What I've heard them say and what I've heard the state say is there's an active desire here today to actually not idle or discontinue this rail line, but actually see it transferred to a new operator and keep things moving. So I don't want to get hung up on semantics, but every business that's not federally regulated has the option in worst case scenarios to shut down. It's sad, but it's a reality, and I'm glad to hear you say there's a strong corporate commitment to stay here, and I wish you well with that. But I just want to make sure people understand that different terms, discontinuance, abandonment, offers of financial assistance, and what we're hoping to see here today is some way to keep people and commodities moving up here in Maine.
And certainly that's our goal, to keep lumber commodity moving throughout Maine.
Thank you.
Mr. Horn, I had one more question.
Sure.
Because I just want to, you said that you have 30% sent by truck, and you said there's not a sufficient amount of trucks available to, I guess, take over what's being shipped by rail, and then you mentioned the transload possibility via truck to rail. Do you think there is, because I assume that based on the pleadings that the railroad would disagree with you, that there is a shortage of trucks in this area that would be able to take up the burden here if in fact there was an abandonment? That does concern me.
We are seeing a shortage of trucking resources. We have a list of trucking resources maintained on our systems. And right now, 4 are active out of the 25 that we have done business in our historic past. We even compete for trucking with sawmills across the line in St. Leonard and Plaster Rock and Juniper. We have truckers now coming from Canada when we do sell a very small volume in that area, coming a long ways. The problem with the trucking sustainability in North Maine is simply this: backhauls. You can't make any money in the trucking business without backhauls. What are they hauling back? We need to promote manufacturing and industry in Maine to support more of that backhaul, to provide a better business model for trucking, and then those trucking resources would improve.
Thank you very much. Next will be Portage Wood Products. Mr. Schley, I apologize.
That's the old list. That would be the old list, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do I have the wrong list?
Mr. Cashwell's next.
We have it's apparently it's Mr. Cashwell now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Cashwell, the third. I'm also the third. So.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming up here.
A lot of them.
to see us in Maine. My time is short, and I can see it's already cooking over there. First of all, who do I represent? I represent the Pingree family, and the Pingree family has owned upwards of 1 million acres at times in northern Maine since 1840. To put that in Washington context, William Henry Harrison was president when they started buying land up here. In owning all of that land, we have a responsibility to make sure that there's infrastructure to get wood from the woods as far as 125 miles out, 2 facilities that can convert it to useful economic activity. We run about 1,500 miles of off-road, which are private roads built by us, maintained by us, shared with other owners throughout the Northwoods, and can carry as much as 250,000 pounds gross on trucks to bring it to railheads. At our railhead in Portage, Maine, which I hope in your tour you have a chance to look at. It's only a couple miles off the road. We have Maine Woods Company, which is a 15 million board feet hardwood sawmill, one of the biggest in the east. Besides lumber, we also cut railroad ties there, which go all the way out into Canada to be turned into ties, which we wish they'd put back down here in northern Maine. We also have Portage Wood Products. Portage Wood Products is a chip plant. It chips about 350,000 tons a year. One of our customers, which takes about a third of that, takes it by rail in Old Town. I think it's Old Town Fiber and Fuel and Fiber now. And with that, we ship about 2,500 cars a year on the MMA down that rail. That's approximately a quarter or a third, depending on who counts cars. We have been doing that chip plant. We acquired it about 3.5 years ago when Georgia Pacific closed a paper mill in Old Town and sold one in Woodland, Maine. We acquired the chip plant about 3.5 years ago, and it's been a useful transformer of wood fiber for the industry ever since. Between the potential there is to be explored is Domtar, which is down in Woodland on the New Brunswick border, has indicated that they would accept up to 1,000 cars a year if the infrastructure for receiving and emptying such cars could be made possible. At the same time, we're approached consistently by biofuels and pellet mill people who are trying to find a way to move into the future as energy transition happens over time. In the land management side of things, with nearly 1 million acres under management, we've got 50 employees. We also have 200 to 300 loggers and truckers. We have a $16 million buried in and lost and buried again in the hardwood sawmill. We've lost as much money at that sawmill over the last 7 or 8 years as MMA's lost on the rail. But that doesn't make us not have hope and understand the cyclical nature of the forest industry. The chip plant is another $10 million that's been put in the ground on the railhead because the rail was there. You wouldn't put it anywhere else if you had an opportunity. They have about 8 employees. We are in a cyclical marketplace, and being in that, from the 82, 91, you can look at the whole thing. We are at the bottom of a cycle, and it's the very time when you invest, pull your big boy pants up, and move on thinking that the market's going to change. In terms of abandonment, pulling up the rail just can't be an option. It's almost imbecilic that a rail of 100 years old in this place would be pulled. On the other hand, I support the abandonment process if it leads to a common sense resolution that continues to provide the infrastructure for transportation in the state of Maine. We've all suffered dearly, really, in this downturn. I am a shipper who is also in the governor's task force, and therefore I have certain constraints. I won't get into a whole lot of detail, but I'm going to give you some policy questions that need to be dealt with. If I had a magic wand, I'd have the whole rail system in the state of Maine under one owner, one operator, instead of 7 or so that we have. But the problem that I see now is we're fixing to segment the rail systems in Maine again. The segmentation of the rails in Maine is a step in the wrong direction, but a necessary one, I think, at this time. The state's rail system is problematic because of segmentation. I'll give you 2 examples. Rail cars leave our chip plant. There you go about 150 miles to a siding. They're unloaded onto trucks and taken 12 miles to the mill. And there's still another rail system that goes into the rail yard. But because of old thinking and old formulas, we can't get it delivered into the yard. Another example is down in Bucksport, Maine. Champion used to be there with a ground mill. They used to bring on MMA from various places, pulpwood. It was taken into a gravel pit, unloaded onto a truck, and driven 5 miles to the mill. At the same time, another rail operator had access straight into the mill. What we're doing in many ways is duplicating those dysfunction junctions. If we take and segment this place and leave it so to formulas and historical old thinking to decide how to integrate the short line into the big line. If the state, excuse me, if the state is to own the proposed track and contract out maintenance and operations, we must create a resolution to this problem with a different way of doing business. Doing essentially the same thing and expecting a different result, it really is a non-starter. We must be vigilant and prudent to create not to create two more dysfunction junctions, which is what we're doing at the north and south ends of the abandoned segment. Creating financial models which impedes the free flow and doesn't impair commerce is a dangerous way to go. The executive order from the governor is clear that the haulage and trackage rights need to be addressed so that when a request for proposal goes out for a short line operator, that the operator has rights to reach other rail systems. The combination of these two rights will give the short line operator a chance to continue to provide affordable service to the shippers entangled in this abandonment without causing suffering to the shippers by entrapment. We must be able to cooperatively move goods from St. Linda, New Brunswick to Brownsville Junction to the Northern Maine Junction because our whole future depends on it. You'll hear all kinds of other details about economics and whatnot. To the two facts, if we did not use the rail to the mill that we go to, we would need about 7,000 truck trips. We would be competing against every shipper in this room that needs trucks if the rail goes out. Population of this county is perhaps 35,000. Everybody's going to be born a trucker, and we're going to have to put them all to work the way things are going. Also, the state has allowed 100,000 pounds on the Maine's highways for over 3 or 4 decades. So the notion of a new 100,000 pound truckload being competitive, a new competitors is part of due diligence, I would imagine. We have increased the interstate from Augusta to Houghton to 100,000 pounds, and that will expire at the end of this year. And with that, I would answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cashwell.
Yeah. You mentioned about the dysfunction junction, and you're talking about what happens at both ends of this 233-mile line if it's abandoned and sold to the state. They find another operator. What would you propose as an alternative to the dysfunction junctions? How would you want to see the lines transferred to another operator?
Where we're, and in my opinion, haulage rates and trackage rates are an independent issue that was dictated by the governor through the legislature to the task force to ensure that trackage and haulage is available to a short line that by design has had the head and the tail lopped off it. And to do anything else is just a business as usual, problematic, false financial model that can be laid out where the one on both ends controls the oxygen, economic oxygen of the short line in the middle.
Well, do you believe that a short line in the middle could operate profitably or be sustainable without subsidy?
I believe that a rail operator that can provide services, that can show hope in the future, that can give us the same strength that we have ourselves as individuals in business to work into the future, to deal with cooperative and management for the rails can make it work. I think cooperation and communication and several other of those words besides old formulas and historical thinking is critical.
Thank you.
Sir, I just would note, I listened with great interest to your statement, Mr. Cashwell, that you, in your opinion, you would prefer to see one owner in Maine of all an operator of all the rail lines, which is not something we hear around the country. But Maine has a lot of unique attributes, and I will say one of our responsibilities by law is to look for opportunities to promote competition, and both among rail carriers but also the modes. And I guess I would say just watch what you wish for. I have visited other states such as Montana, where although there are several short lines there, the most Montana shippers would tell you they feel as if there's only one rail operator and owner out in Montana. There's one very dominant one, and they've had lots of tension about rates because of alleged monopoly rate making. And I will say service has gotten quite good out there, and we've heard lots of positive things about very strong investments in improved service. So there have been some benefits out there to this type of one rail provider. But just
well, I'll compromise with you. We don't need 12 or 8 or 7. We don't have to keep making them every time we don't maintain 200 miles of track until it becomes almost unusable. There needs to be some compromise here someplace with adult leadership in the rail business where each one does not cut off the arm of the other shipping provider. In a century, we've almost been like the 100 Years' War in England. You've had the north-south railroads and then the east-west down into New England and the east-west into Canada, constantly fighting over the same crumbs until we all ship crumbs on the trucks. And without figuring out a way to cooperatively put a program together in the state where it's a win-win, because we all know it's volume. And the more volume, the marginal cost and expenses, et cetera, change. But we can't seem to do that. But we can create another segment and can create the toll booths on either end of it, which renders perhaps the short line in the middle a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Well, thank you. You bring a lot of experience and wisdom to this, and we appreciate that. Some of your comments are reminiscent of really the history of some of the problems that the rail industry and its customers have had to overcome in the past in some places, and it sounds like maybe they're still working to overcome it here. People often refer to the good old days when there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of railroads crisscrossing the country and the states, but those good old days actually led to the near elimination of the entire freight rail industry back in the 60s and 70s. So many of them went bankrupt because they were going after each other on the crumbs that you referenced. And we've seen substantial consolidation, and with that has come some tensions about near monopolies or captive markets and rate making power on behalf of some railroads. But the flip side of that is we're no longer, nationwide at least, we're no longer facing the end of freight rail service, which is something we were staring at very seriously back in the 70s and leading into the 80s.
My grandmother used to say that if you pull enough legs off a caterpillar, you get a slug. And if you run sections of the line where you don't provide the support for everything that needs to go on it, back to your spiral of inevitability of getting to a speed and maintenance level that's impossible to do, and allows you to search for alternatives to help unsustainability that perhaps a few spikes in rails and ties would have taken care of over time is something that we really need to look at. And by the way, I ran Baxter Park on the authority for 6 years. I hope I had it when you were there.
It's a very beautiful special park, as everyone here knows. It's terrific. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cashwell, for your interesting and colorful comments. I did it. They actually were very insightful. I appreciate it. Next, we will have Irving Woodlands and Mr. Robert Pignette. If I
Can I have just one minute?
sure.
My time's not counting now.
Believe you would know if he was counting it because you can hear it from here.
Thank you. Chairman Elliott, Vice Chairman Mulvey, Commissioner Nottingham, my name is Bob Pignette, and I'm the Vice President for Irving Woodlands LLC. I'm glad that, like others, that you were able to come here and with staff this week to see the wonderful part of the northern Maine, and hope that you get a chance to appreciate the great forest that we are working with, and that really is at the core of why we need the rail service in northern Maine. Mr. Irving was here earlier this morning to render support to the gathering, but he had to leave for a previous engagement, so he apologized for an early departure. My testimony today will focus on adverse impact on Irving Woodlands that will result in the MMA, if the MMA proposal for abandonment is granted by the board. I'll not deal with the technical aspects of the abandonment process, which has been addressed by the economic consultant and sent to your board. Irving Woodlands operates on over 1 million acres of timberland in northern Maine. We employ directly or indirectly several hundred people in the state. These employees harvest both hardwood and softwood logs and in-wood chips from the Maine forest. These logs and the wood chips that are transported to mills owned to affiliates of Irving Woodlands, as well as sold to third party in the region. Reliable and efficient rail service is critical to the business of Irving Woodlands. In order to get a significant portion of our logs and wood chips to the affiliate mills or to other customer facilities, we use large off-road trucks to transport the products on private road networks to 4 rail sidings on the MMA or the MMA rail serve conversion facility in the region that John just alluded to. MMA then delivers our products by rails to various destinations where truck transportation is not competitive or feasible. Although we deliver some of our products via highway trucks, this is only for localized short-haul movements of less than approximately 80 miles. For movements beyond these distances, rail transportation is by far the only economical, feasible means of transporting logs and wood chips to primary wood processing markets in New Brunswick, Quebec, central and southern Maine. Irving Woodlands has consciously developed its business operations around the use of rail transportation. We have invested millions of dollars in rail-related infrastructure at the MMA rail sidings and yards, including scales, rail cars, and for customized truck dumpers and chippers at the Scary rail site. The dumper was purpose-built for Irving Woodlands and is specially tailored for these off-highway trucks that we use. It was uniquely engineered, sized, and constructed for the site as Scary and could not effectively be used elsewhere. All of these noted investments were made to maximize our use of railroad and in reliance to continued rail service. MMA provides rail service to Irving Woodlands at Oakville siding, St. Croix siding, Scary siding, and Fort Kent siding, all of which are on the proposed abandoned areas. A permanent cessation to rail service would be extremely harmful to Irving Woodlands, as we would lose economic access to certain of our markets. Many of our customers prefer rail service and have invested in rail infrastructure at their facilities to receive our goods. If we cannot offer rail deliveries, these customers may look elsewhere for their products. This loss of business would require many companies to downsize, our operations and to reduce labor costs, causing further job losses in the region and harm to U.S. exports. We'll also lose the value of the significant investments we've made on our private road networks and other infrastructures noted above, which are directly related to having access to rail service. I also want to add here that reducing rail service or eliminating rail service will increase significantly the amount of fossil fuels we have to use to move those products that we have to move in the region. I understand that the board must consider the impact of proposed abandonment on rural and community development. It should be obvious that the MMA abandonment would be devastating to rural and community development. Many jobs at Irving Woodlands and elsewhere in northern Maine depend on quality rail service, and they would be permanently lost if rail service was eliminated. Approval of this abandonment would permanently relegate the communities of northern Maine to the economic margins. MMA claims that it's been losing millions of dollars from its current rail operations. Irving Woodlands understands the difficulty of operating in the economic climate over the last couple of years. However, some of MMA's problems have been self-inflicted. MMA has provided irregular and uneven service since 2003. Chronic problems include an inability to furnish sufficient supply of equipment, a lack of locomotive capacity, slow travel speeds, and lack of manpower. Additionally, MMA routinely loses business opportunity due to crews timing out. We're confident that our company could increase its sales and business opportunities if we had access to more reliable and efficient rail service. As the board is well aware, the American economy is starting to emerge from the greatest economic downturn since the Great Depression. The construction industry was especially hard hit, and the construction industry is one of the biggest consumers of the forest products from northern Maine. Once a rail line is abandoned, and if tracks are removed and the real estate is sold, it will be eventually impossible to recreate the new line. We believe that it would be short-sighted to permanently eliminate the long-lived community asset like a rail line based on short-term economic conditions. I understand that the board evaluates abandonments by balancing the arm of the railroad from continued operations with the arm to shippers and communities from cessation of rail service. In evaluating the proposed abandonment, it is obvious that the harm to Irving, other rail-dependent businesses, on the jobs and the communities would be severe and permanent. Conversely, any harm to MMA is temporary due to recent economic downturn and the sometimes cyclical nature of the lumber industry that we just talked about. Thus, the board should deny the abandonment request. Finally, if the board were to grant this abandonment over the objections of the business and community interests in northern Maine, I urge the board to condition the abandonment decision on the MMA agreement to provide trackage rights over the remaining MMA on the northern and southern ends of the abandoned rail line to any subsequent operator of the rail line. This would allow the subsequent operator to interchange with the Canadian National Railway on the north end and the Eastern Maine Railway at Brownville Junction in the south. Without this condition, any party that operates the rail line would be captive to the MMA. Again, in conclusion, I want to thank the board and the staff to come to northern Maine to listen to our concerns and interests. And I hope that your visit here reaffirms decisions made in Washington, D.C. have profound impact on business, jobs, and communities. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you.
What percentage of your traffic right now moves by rail? Do you have an estimate for what percent moves by rail as opposed to by truck?
About 30% move by rail, and all of it that does comes from these specialized off-road truck rail systems.
So they're separable from the 70% that moves by truck?
Yes.
These are okay. Yeah. Has there been any change in the percentage moving by rail?
Yes. Yes, it's been declining over the last 3-4 years.
So you've been shifting rail traffic to truck. But one of the complaints MMA has had is that they've seen rail traffic slowly but surely shift over to truck, and they just see that continuing over the next few years, making their ability to turn a profit even more difficult.
Yeah, and this is part of the trap of this downward spiral that we talked about. As service is degraded and slowed down, and as cost of freight has gone up on the rail system, less and less of the wood is competitive on rail because of that decline.
Well, you pointed out that your company has made investments in rail. You invested in cars. You invested. Have you ever offered to invest in track to try and do something to make sure that the quality of service is improved as well?
No, I can't say that we've done such, but we have recommended that service needed to improve so that we could put more business on the track, and we've offered to put more business on it if we could get better service.
One other question, and that is, you mentioned that you would think that the board ought to condition, if it approves the abandonment, it would condition it on that MMA provided trackage rights. Are you saying trackage rights as opposed to haulage rights? Because MMA has said that trackage rights would lead to 2 operators over the line, which might be inefficient or difficult to manage, whereas a haulage agreement would allow them to put together trains and allow for more efficient operation. So are you saying that you want that trackage rights is what's needed rather than haulage rights, or would either be acceptable?
The only and the best solution is one that has a complete system from head to toe, and with less encumbrances in between. Mm-hmm. So connect a complete line to the other rail systems without encumbrances.
So that will be trackage rights as opposed to haulage rights, which would turn over the traffic to the MMA to bring to the...
I'm not a railroad specialist, but I understand the simplicity of going from start to finish on any process.
Thank you.
I have no question.
Just one question along the lines of what Vice Chairman Mulvey was asking. You mentioned that you had sunk considerable costs into a rail shipping model, including your trucks on your own property. And this kind of goes back to the question I've been asking all along. I mean, when you made these investments, were you led to believe in any way by MMA that rail service would continue? Obviously, you don't make these huge investments without being assured that model will continue into the future.
We've talked to the state of Maine. We've talked to the previous owner, the VAR, before we made these investments, and we've talked to MMA as well since they've been here about the opportunities and the investments that we made on rail trackage, always reliant on the idea that there would be an efficient rail service throughout the state of Maine.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next we will have Huber Engineered Woods, and speaking on their behalf will be Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board for hosting this public forum for us to comment about the MMA abandonment. I represent the folks of Huber Engineered Woods, specifically the 118 employees that work at the plant in Easton, Maine, about 5 miles from here. That plant represents for us about a $100 million investment, and it is a manufacturing operation for OSB products that are primarily used in new home construction. That $100 million investment represents about $30 million that we invested a couple of years ago as phase 1 of an overall plan to increase the capacity of that plant as we grew our business and needed additional capacity throughout our network. One of the things that we rely on the rail that some of the other shippers have not mentioned is some of our key inbound raw materials come via rail. 2 of our 3 largest raw materials, being resin and wax, have to come long distances in tank cars that represent about 185,000 pounds of material. They come rather long distances. The resin comes from the Gulf of Mexico, and to bring that via truck from the Gulf of Mexico is quite an expensive operation. The option to bring it to a transload facility and truck to the plant is a viable option, but it is at about a 10 to 12% cost premium to do that versus our current rail service that we receive directly to the plant. The loss of rail service will also impact our finished goods that we ship outbound. We are more of a regional player as opposed to some of the other shippers who ship deeper into the United States and Canada. But we do ship a significant amount of volume to customers south of the Easton Mill into places like New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York. That will especially be true as the housing market comes back and we have the opportunity to continue to service that business from the Easton Mill, hopefully via rail, as opposed to trying to ship it on the equivalent 3 truckloads that will be required. So far this year, we've actually have very good shipping volumes out of the Easton plant. Year to date, through the end of June, we've actually shipped more volume in that 6-month period than each of the last 2 years. So we're starting to see some improvement in growth of volumes, and we expect that to continue as the economy improves and we start to see more housing starts that come back across the United States. Obviously, we see the state having an impact by this abandonment of rail service potentially in several ways. One way is via employment. Obviously, today we employ 118 folks. That's up from about 30 at the beginning of the year, again, because we see some improvement in market conditions that have allowed us to reinvest in the people there to bring a shift back. We also see the opportunity to invest as a continuation of our phase 1 of the expansion, another $50 to $60 million to continue to expand the operation here in Maine due to the fact and availability of the wood resource that's here that's not available in many other parts of the country. Again, we see a huge impact of many, as have mentioned, of the increased volume of trucks over the road infrastructure, and that impact will also be in terms of carbon footprint increases for shipping via truck versus shipping via rail, which is a much more carbon neutral shipping advantage versus trucks. The MMA asserts that our projected increases in rail traffic are unjustified. While it is dependent, obviously, upon the increase in housing starts, we believe that long-term housing will return. In 2009, we built, as a country, only about 25% as many houses as were built in 2005. We believe that will come back, and we will see housing starts in the neighborhood of 1.5 million on an ongoing basis, which will be a very healthy market for the wood products manufacturers and will allow us to significantly increase our volume of rail shipments. We see that happening just because of the fact that population growth is ongoing, immigration continues, and the fact, especially in this part of the world, where a lot of houses are very old and need to be torn down and replaced. So we believe the market conditions for housing in the northeastern part of the U.S. will be strong in the years to come, although it's very difficult to determine when that time may come. One of the things that we have seen, as others have seen, is a conversion from rail to truck. One of the reasons that our customers have chosen to do that is because of their business conditions being down and the fact that they have been trying to very aggressively manage their inventory levels. They are not in a position to be able to bring a rail car's worth of material in these kind of conditions. So they have paid the premium to bring truckload volumes of material in to minimize their cash investment and also allow for quicker turns of their inventory. We believe that as the market comes back and their demand for products increases, there will be a need for an increase again in rail volume, and it will be significant, especially into the southern market where we ship a tremendous amount of volume as we see projections grow. In sum, we urge the board to deny the abandonment application. We believe that the public convenience and necessity overwhelmingly support continued rail service, and I would be willing to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Weber.
You mentioned about the return of the housing market, and in your statement you criticized the MMNA's projection, and you're saying that they're off by about 200% as to what you think it's going to be. What is your best support for your projection of the growth in housing? I mean, to some extent, the growth in housing that we saw in the early part of this century, the 21st century, was in part due to all the subprime mortgages, and there was an awful lot of housing construction and demand that was probably somewhat atypical as the rates of home ownership hit all-time records. Clearly, those were probably not sustainable, and with a large housing stock that's already out there, is it really fair to assume that we are going to recover as much as necessary to justify the M&A's continued support?
Sure. We listen and look at a lot of things associated with housing, since that is a huge driver for our business. We use some services to forecast housing. RISI is one that is fairly popular among us wood products manufacturers. They certainly see an improvement coming in years to come. It'll be to be seen as quickly and as robust as that is. One of the things we do look at, though, is the Harvard group puts out a housing study on an annual basis, which looks at the things like immigration, household formations, again, destruction and rebuilding of houses in areas where the housing stock has reached its age. And they see ongoing 1.3 to 1.5 million as a sustainable level across the United States. Certainly a far cry lower than the 2 million and the 2.1 million that was seen during the run-up of the credit crisis. So we don't expect it to go back there, but we do expect it to improve from the current levels to a more reasonable and ongoing level that will allow us to increase our rail volume significantly.
Thank you.
I have no questions. I have no further questions. Thank you very much for your time. Now we will have
in this hearing in Northern Maine, and thank you for coming. Back in 2004, LP had begun research and development efforts for a new strand-based structural composite lumber product known as laminated strand lumber, or LSL. LSL is a unique, value-added, high-strength, and structurally superior American-made product. After considering many possible sites for a new LSL manufacturing facility, LP decided to convert the Holton mill from OSB to LSL, a conversion that took 2 years from 2006 to 2008 and required an investment by Louisiana Pacific of more than $140 million. Holton was selected because it already had a high-quality, sustainable wood basket, experienced employees, community support, and, last but not certainly least, the necessary transportation infrastructure, particularly rail. At no point during the transition did the MMA give any indication that continued rail service to Holton was in jeopardy. It is important to understand that under no circumstances would LP have invested in the Holton LSL conversion if reliable rail transport had not been available. The Holton plant is LP's only LSL facility, and as such, whereas prior to 2006 the plant had become focused on serving a regional market for OSB, it has now been redesigned and repurposed to serve a nationwide market for LSL. Rail service is therefore vital, as motor carriage is simply not a competitive means for our LSL products to reach distant markets like California and the Pacific Northwest. In short, without economical rail service, the Holton plant will be unable to compete outside of the East Coast region. The MMA contains that motor carriage is a viable option for LP. As evidence of this claim, the MMA points to several long-distance motor carriage hauls that LP has made in the past 2 years. MMA's contention is that these few shipments prove that truck transport is a viable alternative for all of LP's business needs. And in this case, the MMA is wrong. Over the past several years, LP has shipped several distant customers by truck. This was done only to seed the market with the new product as it was introduced to new regions. These long-distance truck shipments were in fact only used to get small quantities into new markets and in no way represent a sustainable transportation strategy. The MMA acknowledges that LP and other rail-dependent shippers on its lines will continue to need rail service to reach distant markets for which truck transport is not a cost-effective alternative. The MMA suggests we can simply switch to truck rail transloading using any number of nearby transloading facilities. Unfortunately, however, transloading is not a viable alternative for shipping LSL from Houlton to our more distant markets. Our research indicates that the total additional cost of converting from direct rail to transloading would increase transportation costs 20 to 40%. While this may not seem like a large increase in the context of the wood products industry in which LP operates, these increases are very substantial. And for transloading to be viable, these added costs would have to be absorbed by LP and or by LP's customers. LP could simply not afford to absorb such cost increases on a long-term basis, and our customers, on the other hand, will generally be unwilling to absorb such a cost increase when they have other, more economical and geographically advantaged product alternatives. If we lose direct rail service and transloading becomes the only alternative for reaching the distant markets, the most likely result would be the loss of our competitive access to the majority of our markets, casting grave doubt upon our ability to reach economically viable production levels at Houlton and putting the plant's very survival in jeopardy. The MMA claims that increases in LP shipping costs, either through transloading or truck shipment, are insignificant and equal only a small percentage of our total overall costs. In making this claim, the MMA compared these transportation cost increases to LP's current cost of manufacturing. Due to the historically low level of new home starts, LP is currently operating at only 17% of capacity of the new plant. This low capacity creates the current extremely high cost structure at the new mill and diminishes the true impact of the transportation cost. LP believes as the home building industry recovers, we will achieve the planned volumes and cost position, and when the additional freight costs of truck and or transloading are compared to our planned costs, the percentage increase is significant and renders our LSL non-competitive to substitutions in the majority of our market area. In addition, converting our shipments from rail to truck is a step backwards for environmental policy and increases the carbon footprint of our company. To summarize, LP recently invested more than $140 million in the conversion of its Houlton plant to LSL production, in explicit reliance on the availability of direct rail service. If MMA is now allowed to abandon the lines, terminate the service, and pull up the tracks, not only will LP's chances of recovering a decent return on the $140 million investment be diminished, but the long-run economical viability of the plant and indeed its very survival will be imperiled. The result, if the plant is forced to close, would be the loss of 150 jobs at the plant itself, plus an estimated 250 to 300 community and supplier jobs that depend indirectly on the plant and the spending of its employees. The economic impact of such job losses on the surrounding community would have a devastating impact. And that's all I've got for today. I'd answer any questions.
Thank you very much.
Just a question out of curiosity, really. That you talked about OSB and LSL. What does OSB stand for again?
It's oriented strand board. It's what the Huber plant produces there.
Right. I heard Mr. Weber talk about it. I meant to ask. And the difference between the two products?
Our product is not a sheeting product. It's a engineered lumber product that's used in the framing construction of the house, not the sheeting of it. We view the transition from OSB to LSL as a forward-looking strategic plan. We think our new product will have much the same impact in the lumber industry as OSB had in the plywood industry 30 years ago. It's just it's going to be a superior product to what we have with traditional framing lumber.
Is it denser? Is LSL denser than OSB generally? Therefore heavier than when you ship it?
A little bit, I think. We're about 46 pounds per cubic foot.
Well, you were saying that the long distance as well was threatened. The long distance markets were more threatened because of the higher cost of shipping it by truck.
Yes, it does not make sense to ship from Maine to Los Angeles, California, or Las Vegas, or any of those places.
Currently, what percentage of total cost are transportation costs right now? Rail transportation costs, do you have a sense of that?
I think I would refer you back to our submittal has that information in the redacted version, and
Okay.
probably not discuss that in open session.
Okay. Well, it does seem that part of the problem seems to be that because the market is down, the overall market is down, overall sales are down, that your plants are only operating at 17% capacity. In economist terms, that means you are operating on part of your average cost curve, which is pretty high up because you're not using the plant to peak efficiency. So part of the problem with transportation costs being higher, relatively speaking, or being more important, relatively speaking, is really because your average total costs are higher because of plant inefficiencies. Would you say that's probably true? That you're unable to use the plant to its peak efficiency? And
That's our basic economic problem right now, much like everybody else in the room. Volumes are down, so costs are very high.
So to some extent, the relative importance of the rail costs are somewhat a function of the overall economic demand being down, because it makes their cost relatively more important, relatively larger.
For us, the cost impact is really about the delivered cost to our West Coast customers, because there are substitutions for the product.
Mm-hmm.
If the difference between what we're willing to sell the product for plus the transportation costs are higher than what those substitutions are, our impact is we just will not see the volume.
Well, you have seen some increase in volume recently, you said, but the MMA is arguing that they would have to get back to 2004, 2005 carload volumes in order for the operation to be at all profitable. Are you projecting that you'll be moving back to those kinds of volumes anytime soon?
We would project that Holton's car levels will be at or above 2004, 2005 because of our North American focus. Prior to the changeover of the plant, we were much like Huber and really a regional player in the OSB commodity market. The decline we've seen really since 1997 to 2008 is really a moot point, because now we have an entirely new product line that needs to service the entire nation. So although I don't believe we'll see housing starts get back to the 2005, 2006 levels, our carload volumes will increase to those levels because of our market has expanded clear to the West Coast.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner, I assume you can guess now who the PhD economist is on the board after that line of questioning. My question just goes back to some of the statements you made and some of the questions I had earlier about, you said you had explicit reliance on MMA providing this type of service when you made this substantial investment. When you say explicit reliance, what do you mean by that? What I'm asking is if in relying on the rail service, when you made this substantial investment of $140 million, did you rely on them because you were told that service would continue? Or is there some contractual obligations there, or is it just based on an assumption that this would continue?
It was based on the assumption that the rail lines are there and they serve multiple other customers on the line, that it would be there. We didn't have any contractual agreement with the MMA or the state either. But I can say that weighed very heavily, especially when we are planning to service the entire North American continent out of one plant. Rail service is viable, and we would have had to build the plant somewhere where that we felt that was a going concern, and which we did here at the time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Turner. Appreciate it. We're finished with the shipper panel. Take a break?
Yeah.
15 minutes? Half hour?
30 minutes, yeah, 30 minutes.
Why don't we take a half-hour break here? We'll bring the hearing back to order and reconvene here. Our next up is our fourth panel, which are the community associations, starting off with Leaders Encouraging Aroostook Development, better known as LEAD, and Mr. Davis, the secretary, will be giving his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Elliott, and thank you, members of the board, for coming up to Aroostook County today for this very important hearing. On February 25th, the MMNA filed with the board an application for permission to abandon 233 miles of track in northern Aroostook and Penobscot counties here in Maine. Leaders Encouraging Aroostook Development, or as we're known as LEAD, opposes this discontinuance and abandonment. In light of the MMNA's history of providing poor service to this area, however, we are in favor of preserving rail service through a different operating company than MMNA. LEAD is a nonprofit corporation comprised of approximately 100 business and community members, established in 1986 for the purpose of fostering and encouraging the balanced development of Aroostook County. This group of volunteers focuses on the economy, jobs, image, partnerships, promoting new and existing businesses, natural resources, and legislative advocacy. The loss of this specific portion of the freight rail system will be devastating to the rural communities of northern Maine. 22 businesses employing an estimated 766 people in primary jobs and an additional 960 in secondary jobs are active rail shippers along the line. Discontinued or abandoned rail service will drastically affect others, including area farmers, retail businesses, local government, financial institutions, as well as the entire community. Maintenance of reliable rail service levels, as you've heard from previous testimony, is fundamental to the future success of this line. The board has and will continue to hear about declines in shipping volume along the line, which have forced the MMNA to propose this abandonment. The business community contends that declines in shipping volume are predominantly a result of unreliable service provided by the railroad. Shippers are dependent on having a reliable means of moving their products to market. If faced with a loss of customers when raw and manufactured goods can't be delivered reliably, shippers will rapidly seek transportation alternatives. Reliable, efficient rail service not only retains shippers and their volume of traffic, it fosters volume growth as shippers identify additional customers for existing and new products. Economic modeling indicates the potential for major shippers in this area to increase their volume of rail business by 10 to 30% if reliable service is provided. Railroads are best positioned to support the long-term growth of the regional economy. No less an investment sage than Warren Buffett asserted that claim when his Berkshire Hathaway company purchased Burlington Northern and Santa Fe Railway last November. Railroads don't have to compete with passenger vehicles, light-duty trucks, buses, and commercial trucks on our congested highways. Rail infrastructure is in place to efficiently handle growth. In a state like Maine, which justifiably prides itself on stewardship of the environment, moving heavy goods on long-haul routes is best done by rail. A USA Today article published back on the 25th of March of this year related to the acquisition of the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railway pointed out that converting just 10% of the freight volume now hauled nationally by truck, converting that to rail would save an estimated 1 billion gallons of fuel annually. Maintenance of rail service by a different operator simply represents sound economic and environmental policy. Over the past several weeks, the Maine Department of Transportation has negotiated with MMNA to purchase the section of rail line proposed for abandonment. A purchase by the state using bond funds approved by our statewide ballot in June would allow a new operator to step forward to run the rail line. The terms of the state's purchase, however, must be economically reasonable to allow recruitment of an alternate operator. Additionally, a grant application in the approximate amounts of $8 to $10 million will be submitted for Tiger II funds to support maintenance, upgrade, and planning for this portion of the rail line. Business organizations in Aroostook County have recently heard rumors of a proposal by the MMNA to retain ownership of both ends of the track segment. leaving the middle section to be operated by a new owner. LEAD opposes this potential scenario as not being in the long-term economic interests of area shippers and any new operator. A landlocked rail line, as you've already heard, subject to the whims and tariffs of the MMA, could not provide reliable, economically viable service to shippers whose products need to reach outside markets. Any new operator must have access to interchange points. In summary, LEAD opposes the discontinuance and abandonment of this section of rail line by the MMA. Rather than forcing the railroad to continue providing service, however, we are in favor of preserving rail service through a different operating company brought to the table by the state of Maine. LEAD thanks the board for this opportunity to deliver testimony on this vital issue.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And thank you for taking the most difficult spot in the hearing after lunch. We appreciate that. Do you have any questions?
I have one question.
If you could return to the mic, Mr. Davis, it's difficult for them to pick it up without you up there.
Right now, you have the MMA serving the entire line. If they were to give a part of it, you'd still only have one operator serving the entire line, except that they would pick it up at either end. But as in terms of competitive options, there really wouldn't be any difference in the competitive options that exist today than what's being proposed with the line that's being abandoned. Is that correct?
Yes, we're not proposing that there should be multiple carriers, simply an alternate operator being recruited by the state under a different economic scenario, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Next, we will have the Aroostook Partnership for Progress, and Mr. Elish, the president, will give his remarks.
Chairman Elliott and members of the Surface Transportation Board, my name is Walt Elish, and I'm president of the Aroostook Partnership for Progress. The partnership would like to take the next few minutes to impress upon the STB that rail service is critical to the economic future of Aroostook County, and it must be preserved and enhanced. These lines and service cannot just simply be abandoned. The Aroostook Partnership for Progress is a public-private economic development marketing entity comprised of private sector investors throughout Aroostook County. Created in 2004, the partnership focuses its efforts on the retention and expansion of our existing businesses and the attraction of new business and investment to northern Maine. And although we are quite a distance from major markets, our infrastructure makes it possible for many of our businesses to compete nationwide. As you heard, I think, from Senator Collins, Aroostook County is the largest county east of the Mississippi, comprising of about 6,600 acres. If you have time after this, I would urge you to go out and explore some of those acres. Square miles, 6,600 square miles. Yes. Sorry about that.
It shrunk a lot.
We have an annual household income of about $36,000, and our unemployment rate hovers about 10%. And although the partnership and others have been working to diversify our economic base, Aroostook County is still very much dependent upon the agriculture and forestry industries. And also, and there was mention of this earlier, the county has about 2,200 miles of snowmobile trails and about the same number of miles of ATV trails. And I think my colleagues in economic development and tourism development would agree that we don't need more recreational trails. The partnership understands that the issues concerning rail abandonment are complicated, and negotiations have been ongoing between the Maine Department of Transportation, MDOT, and the railroad, but are at an impasse at this point. One of the major stumbling blocks to the purchase of the rail line has been the issue concerning the bookends, or the northern and southern ends of the proposed abandoned section of tracks. It seems to me, and has been indicated earlier, that this critical issue needs to be addressed to the degree that it does not negatively impact MDOT's ability to purchase as well as secure an operator for the line. The loss of rail in Aroostook County will have a devastating impact on the economy and our ability to retain and attract business to the region. For Aroostook County to be a viable location for all types of businesses, it is imperative that the county have an excellent transportation infrastructure, and rail is a significant component of this infrastructure. For some businesses, rail keeps the transportation costs to a minimum, while other businesses, like LP, may not be able to compete without it from this location. For example, as Akron testified earlier, there is some question about whether the sawmills located in Ashland and Masardis, just 30 miles west of here, will not be able to compete with other mills if rail service is not available, even though they are located next to an excellent wood basket, the North Maine Woods. Without rail, the area may not be seen as a viable, suitable location for other types of manufacturing and wood-related businesses. Quite simply, the lack of rail may make our region non-competitive for some businesses that otherwise might be a good fit for our region. Currently, approximately 22 businesses with an estimated 700 jobs and 900 secondary jobs are active rail shippers along the approximately 233-mile corridor. Discontinued or abandoned rail service will drastically impact these and other businesses and ultimately the entire Aroostook County economy. For the above reasons, the Aroostook Partnership for Progress would like to stress that rail service must be preserved in Aroostook County. Thank you for the opportunity to present on this very important matter for Aroostook County's future.
Thank you, Mr. Elish. Any questions?
No.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time today. Next, we will have Mr. Clark from the Presque Isle Industrial Council.
Thank you. Chairman Elliott and Vice Chair Mulvey and Commissioner Nottingham. As you've already heard from several people earlier, we appreciate you coming to the county versus a bunch of us having to travel to Washington. So we credit you for taking your time to come here. My name is Larry Clark, and I'm Executive Director for the Presque Isle Industrial Council. The Industrial Council was established in 1961, and we are responsible for promoting economic development for the city of Presque Isle. Also, as a part of that responsibility that we are responsible for the management and development of the city's industrial park. The industrial park is one of the largest parks in the state of Maine. It covers 450 acres. We presently have 55 businesses located on that park. And probably or otherwise, we are the owner of 5.5 miles of track that is on the industrial park. The city purchased those tracks in 1997 following the abandonment by its former owners, the Aroostook Valley Railroad. Now, at that time, the city made a substantial investment in buying those tracks, and that was very simply to protect and preserve rail service to the industrial park and its existing users of the rail. Also, a major investment was made in 2000 for the construction and the equipping of an intermodal yard to serve the industrial park and the surrounding communities. The intermodal yard was used in 2009 for the transloading and storage of wind turbine equipment shipped in here from Florida. The Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic Railway presently provides service to the industrial park based on an operating agreement negotiated with the former owners, Bangor and Aroostook Railroad. Any loss of rail service will have a very negative impact for existing and future rail users and our ability to retain and attract new businesses to locate on the industrial park. Not only are we concerned with the industrial park, but we're certainly concerned with the overall impact on the entire region and our neighbors. Now, having said that, in the event that the STB is to approve the discontinuance of service and abandonment, we respectfully request that serious consideration be given to include specific conditions in that order. I'm not an attorney. I don't know what you can do, but we're just simply asking. As you're aware, the state of Maine has appropriated money to purchase the abandoned lines and to seek an operator to provide rail service. Provisions to allow an operator access to interchange points is of utmost important concern in regards to the Brownville Junction and St. Leonard interchanges. Reasonable access and trackage rights or haulage rights, that's been interesting terms to hear today. For reasonable access and trackage rights and or terms will be necessary for any operator to be successful. Also, any transition needs to be as seamless as it can be made and without disruption of service. In summary, the railroad is an essential part of the Aroostook County economy. The residents, businesses, and manufacturers of our region depend upon the railroad both for the delivery of products to the county and for the transportation of raw materials and manufactured goods to other regions of the state, the U.S., and Canada. To be left with one mode, and I'm referring to trucks, to be left with that one mode of transportation to and from our area is inconceivable. And it is imperative that the rail service be protected and preserved for the benefits of those that are using it and obviously for the public. And again, I thank you for holding this hearing in Presque Isle and welcome you to our community.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
One question. Has any railroad, short line railroad, expressed interest so far? Has there been any short line railroad that has looked at the possibility of taking over this? Anybody who can, if you can answer that, or anybody else in the room was, or has that, was still waiting? Yes.
Mr. Bolton has received calls of interest from short line railroads. Yes.
So there has been some interest expressed, so it's, okay, that's really interesting. One other question I had, and that was on this question of the Industrial Council. Has there been any trend in the overall level of industrial activity over the last few decades in Aroostook County? I think there's this perception that firms have been moving out for some long period of time, or has it been relatively stable over the long term?
In our particular case, I can tell you that nobody is beating her door down at this point in time in our economy. But we have been very fortunate on our industrial park that the tenants that we had a year ago are still there. And 4 of the tenants do use rail on the industrial park. As a matter of fact, one of the largest tenants is a user of the rail system.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. We appreciate it. Next, we will have Ms. Fowler from the Presque Isle Area Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you very much, Chairman Elliott. I hope that you have, I'm sure that you have seen more of Presque Isle than many of us sitting at this table as you ran the bike path. I'd like to join everyone else in thanking you for taking this trip to Aroostook County, in particular to Presque Isle, to hold this meeting. I'd like to thank Senator Collins, Senator Snow, and Congressman Michaud for encouraging this hearing being held here and to allow a greater number of people to participate in this meeting than would normally be able to participate in one in Washington. The Presque Isle Area Chamber of Commerce represents 13 communities in central Aroostook County. Our membership ranges from Easton on the Canadian border to Oxbow, Ashland, Masardis, and Portage Lake, which you've all heard of mentioned previously by shippers. These communities depend on forestry and agriculture for their economic health. The forestry industry, as you have heard in particular, relies on dependable, efficient rail at a competitive rate to deliver their products to customers. The petroleum industry and agricultural industries also require rail service to deliver certain products for their operations. If you look at census numbers, they indicate that a small portion of the population is involved in forestry and agriculture, but these numbers do not indicate the entire economic impact of these industries. The operations of agriculture and forestry support municipalities, schools, retail operations, healthcare providers, and all other service industries. It is safe to say that all sectors of the economy would be adversely affected by the loss of rail service. As Aroostook County suffers from high emigration, the maintenance of rail service to support the traditional industries of the area and allow these industries plus others to expand is crucial. It is safe to say that the decision of the Surface Transportation Board will affect all residents of Aroostook County. We recognize that Maine Maritime and Atlantic is not able to continue to operate a rail line at a loss. There have been indications that other operators are interested in operating this rail line, and we support that outcome. However, the abandonment proposed is comparable to selling a house with no access, and we've heard that before. MMA have indicated that they want to maintain and control both ends of the corridor, the interconnections at St. Leonard Station, southeast of Madawaska, and Brownville Junction. This virtually strands any shipments between these locations. This seems an unreasonable business proposal, and I believe that the owners of MMA would not have required the corridor under the same conditions. Mr. Burkhart referred to the loss of Twin River business as adversely affecting their business, which leads me to question why they would want to maintain that link from Madawaska to the MMA abandonment section. We encourage the Surface Transportation Board to consider the economic impact of rail closure through lack of access at reasonable rates, not only in those represented here, but on the many municipalities and businesses not able to attend. The point raised by Ms. Morgan that the negative result for the application must not exceed the negative impact on others brings me to say that the negative impact on MMA could not possibly exceed the impact on the state of Aroostook County. Thank you very much for your attention and to all of the presentations made today, and we look forward to your decision.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we will have John McLaughlin from the Southern Aroostook Development Corp.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Chairman Elliott and members of the Surface Transportation Board. My name is John McLaughlin. I'm the Executive Director of the Southern Aroostook Development Corporation. Gentlemen, the Southern Aroostook Development Corporation, like most others in this room, is advocating for the preservation of rail in Aroostook County. We understand that the Maine Department of Transportation, MDOT, has been in negotiations with the railroad for the past several weeks. The Board of Directors of SADC very much appreciates this continued effort by MDOT. SADC is a public-private economic development marketing entity located in Holton, Maine, in southern Aroostook County. We represent 22 towns located in the region and focus our efforts on business attraction and investment in the region, and we also work on business retention. By now, in the testimony, you've heard all the many statistics on potential jobs lost and the hardships that would face the many businesses and industries in the region if rail service to the county were terminated. I cannot argue the validity of the Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic's need to abandon the 233 miles of track in Aroostook and Penobscot counties. I am sure that the railroad is losing the money that they state annually. What I would argue is that the state of Maine, through the MDOT, has in good faith been willing to purchase the tracks and find a private investor to provide rail service to this region upon MMA's abandonment. The Maine voters have supported this through the passage of a bond referendum held on June 8th. It does not seem fair and right that MMA be allowed to abandon the rails, reduce their losses, and put the various business interests in the region in jeopardy, and increase these businesses' hardships without MMA having to hurt a little too. A lot of MMA's reduced traffic was caused by their lack of adequate service to their customers the past few years, so their loss is not all due to economics. We've just heard today that the price has been agreed to, although nothing signed on the dotted line, so that is a bit of good news. But one of the major stumbling blocks to a purchase of the rails has been the lack of a solution to the so-called bookends, or sections of the tracks on both ends of the abandoned rail that continue to be owned by the Montreal, Maine, and Atlantic Railroad. It would seem fair, only seem fair, that if MMA is allowed to abandon the tracks as they have filed for, then they should be required to adopt minimal trackage fees incurred by by new rail service that the state might find to take over the service. SADC is not opposed to MMA banning the tracks as it does no one any good to have a rail service go bankrupt. We are opposed to MMNA's retaining rights that can hold a new service provider hostage by creating exorbitant conditions and costs at both ends of the line. Without a settlement of the bookends, it will be next to impossible to find a company interested in taking over the rail service for the state. This is a win-loss scenario. We think that the abandonment procedure, with a little tough love guidance from the STB, could very well be a win-win situation. I want to thank you for your opportunity to present on this very important matter for Aroostook County's future. And I, like others, thank you for coming to Presque Isle for this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Any questions?
So you will be suggesting that the state file, say, an adverse abandonment for the 50-mile and or 25-mile segments? In other words, requiring that the MMNA sell the end segments?
No, I think they should just have to work out some kind of agreement that the fees are minimal for any new user that comes, not hold a new user hostage with exorbitant rates on using both ends.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. That is the end of our this panel, panel number 4, community associations. Now we will turn to panel number 5, community interests.
No.
So first up in the community interests is the Maine Public Service Company, Maine PSC, and speaking on their behalf will be Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. Appreciate you coming to Aroostook County, and welcome.
Thanks.
I can tell you that my wife and I have lived, born, raised, and gone to school and worked in a 20-mile radius of Aroostook County, and this is a great part of the country. My name is Rod Leach, and I'm the current manager of supply chain and facilities for Maine Public Service, and we're the electric utility for most of Aroostook County. And in addition to that, my previous job was manager of customer service for Maine Public for upwards of 20 years. I just have a brief comment to make, a couple of comments. First, rail service really is very important, as you've heard, to Aroostook County. Having been manager of customer service, I can tell you that the competitiveness of our industrial customers is of utmost importance in keeping them here in Aroostook County. And rail service is a part of that formula for them. In addition, our residential customers are impacted by every business that leaves Aroostook County or that lays off for periods of time. Every time an industry has struggles and has it impacts residential customers and families of all sorts. And for Maine Public Service, our use of the rail service through the Presque Isle Industrial Council is for poles that are delivered to Aroostook County. And currently, about 50% of our poles are delivered by rail from Oregon, Washington, and South Carolina. The reason that all of our poles aren't delivered in that manner is there's a pole supplier across the border in Canada who delivers them by truck. For us to lose the rail service would increase our cost annually by more than $60,000 just in rail service for poles alone. And finally, I just want to say that if there is a vote for abandonment, that the economic viability of the third party be considered, and that there be conditions such that it is economic for them to get in and get out. And so that our customers, the people of Aroostook County, can remain and continue to have rail service here to help us stay competitive with the rest of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leach.
Usually when we hear from public service commissions, they are a very, very different presentation. They're generally coal-fired power plants and complaining about the rates being charged for coal. I assume that your power plants up here do not burn coal.
In the state of Maine, we're deregulated, so we don't own or take possession of the power generation part.
Okay.
That's done by independent suppliers. So that's not a part of our formula or our mix.
You said you get polls from Washington State and Oregon and South Carolina. Just looking flying over and being up here a little bit, you sort of wonder, why are you going 3,000 miles for timber when you seem to have a lot of it readily available?
It has to do with the species of tree that we use, southern pine and western red cedar. And in addition to that, just the plants that treat them and can manufacture them and have the quality that you need for people to climb them and to hold the weight and that type of thing.
Well, thank you. Just curious.
Just want to say thank you for keeping the power on during this heat wave. I was working well at our hotel last evening, and we appreciate that.
Working well in here, too.
In fact, we almost didn't get here. We had a power shortage at Reagan National Airport. All the power went out. We couldn't get on the plane because the jetway power was out to that, so we had to wait to get restored.
No one can accuse us of not trying to get here because we had a power outage in Washington and then we had a flat tower error in a plane coming out of Boston. So we definitely did our best. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. I appreciate it. Next, we will have the Northern Maine Development Commission, and speaking on their behalf, I'm not going to butcher your name, so.
Denny Burby.
Okay. Go ahead.
My name's Denny Burby, and I'm the Director of Planning and Transportation Services at the Northern Maine Development Commission. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all of you for coming here and allowing everyone a chance to speak their mind at this hearing. I've been with an NDC for the past few years, and now prior to that, I was employed in the industrial forest sector in this region for about 7 years. When MMA made their intentions known that they planned to abandon this rail line almost a year ago, about last August, I understood the potential implications and ramifications for this region very clearly. Aroostook County covers 6,800 square miles, has a population of around 71,000, about 35,000 of which are part of the available workforce. The annual household income is $36,000 annually. We have Maine's second highest unemployment rate at over 10%, roughly about 10.3 according to more recent numbers, and the second highest poverty rate at around 15% in the state. Employment and wage levels are closely tied to the forest and agricultural industries, which are this region's two core employment sectors. Companies in both these sectors use the railroad to varying degrees, but those related to the forest products are much more dependent on this service and represent between 80 to 90% of the volume hauled on this line, which accesses 5 million acres of what is arguably among the highest value wood basket in this country. Theirs is a very competitive business, which deals in very high volumes, where pennies per ton in transportation rates translate very quickly into hundreds of thousands of dollars in annual transportation costs. The current global market slump for lumber and pulp products, the ongoing national housing crisis, high fuel prices and very tight profit margins are some of the challenges faced by this industry. Rail allows them to access more distant and varied markets in and out of the state, and as such allows them to remain competitive. Losing rail service, however, could become the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back for these guys. Already higher than average diesel and home heating fuel costs would increase even more so, making reliance on trucking as the sole means for the transportation of raw materials and finished products a very difficult proposition. Companies would have to spend more time and money to send their products over a shorter distance. Following conversations with the shippers, I estimate that 766 jobs for which the long-term viability would be threatened in light of loss of rail. Those are direct jobs. These are logging jobs right up to the shop floors or mill floors of that type. Tied to that are inferred jobs, Essentially, we have a model at NMDC through a company called Vital Economy. It's an economic model that allows you to generate inferred jobs as per, you punch in numbers, and it's been adjusted to the local economy. So essentially, and this model adds to that another 966 for a total of 1,766. That would push unemployment to 13%. The loss of this rail service would also fly in the face of a number of federal policies that have recently been placed at the core of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act as defining items and qualities sought in proposals for economic development ventures throughout the United States. Among these policies are the reduction of dependence on foreign oil, reduction of carbon footprint and greenhouse gases, the promotion of more diversified and self-sustaining economic ventures and developments, not to mention job creation and retention. Letting the rails go would amount to creating more of the critical economic problems this country is so desperately trying to fix. Aside from the loss of hundreds of jobs in many businesses, this region's potential for attracting new enterprise as it relates to either forestry or agriculture would be nullified. No company in either of these fields seeking to establish a new location for operations would consider an area which isn't served by rail. Among such companies might be those involved in potato processing, pellet manufacturing, milling as it relates to lumber and engineered wood products, or even wood to energy facilities. The loss of this line would represent not only an economic destabilization on a truly regional level, but it would deny any future potential for recovery. Hard economic times usually translate into relatively higher crime rates, which would further complicate the duties of those charged with defending our 400 miles of international border. The list is long with those who want to preserve the line. This region's federal, state, and municipal politicians and officials, company presidents and managers, economic development entities, and dedicated staff of MDOT have all been working towards its preservation. The state has managed to secure millions of dollars. I would implore you to make a decision at this issue that allows the preservation of freight rail service. We need your help.
Thank you, Mr. Burby. Any questions?
No.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. Next, we'll have the Aroostook Hospitality Inn, and that will be Mr. Dobson speaking on their behalf.
Thank you, and thank you for coming to Aroostook County. It's an honor for me to be here and a privilege, and I appreciate your presence. My name is Steve Dobson. I own and operate a couple of small motels in Aroostook County, one just outside of Presque Isle and one in Main Street, Van Buren. And right up front, I'm going to tell you, I don't have a dog in this fight. So what I have is what I've seen and what I've heard and what I've read. I have no facts and figures to back up my testimonies. I've talked to several people about rail service, and I have a nephew that's an executive in the paper company in the middle part of the state. I've talked to several business leaders in Aroostook County. It appears to me, and after reading the testimony, that there is not a lot of respect between MMA and its customers. And if you don't have respect and a rapport for your customers, you're not going to do very well. I read with great enthusiasm the service part of the testimony. I was not impressed with the answers from MMA. It's not our fault, it's their fault. It's not our fault, it's their fault. Well, we can't do this because you need to maintain service. You need to have a rapport with your customers. I didn't see that in any of that. I didn't see where they said, well, maybe we could have done this if we worked with this. I didn't see any respect for their customers. That's not healthy, in my opinion. I know train service will work in this area because of my property in Van Buren. I can sit on the deck and watch the Canadian Railroad go by with miles and miles and miles of cars on it, going 50 or 60 miles an hour. I know that there's a tie between MMA and Van Buren, MMA and Canada in Van Buren, and that's part of what MMA intends to keep. I've heard the bookend issue. It's only common sense. If they're going to do something with a short line railroad, they need access to both ends, and they need access to be able to get their goods and services, or their goods in a way, to other parts of the nation. I'm a very small, minute operator. I'm a speck on the wall compared to all these other people here. I deal with end customers, and I deal with several of them. I've had employees that used to work for the railroad that don't have a lot of good things to say about the railroad. It can't operate like that. I don't know what your power is. I don't know. I'm no lawyer. I don't understand exactly what your authority is. If they intend to abandon something, that means you'll walk away from it. You lose your rights to everything else. You lose any say you have in it. If you have any authority to adjust that, that needs to be done. They need access to the short line. They need to be able to get stuff in and out of there cheap. And they need good, dependable rail service. Now, I've heard them say that they bought a bankrupt company and things went bad. Well, I bought 2 bankrupt properties. Excuse me, I bought 3 bankrupt properties. And a lot of times when you buy a bankrupt property, there are a lot of things you don't know about it, and it costs you a lot of money. I had 1 bankrupt property that I bought that cost me 4 times more money to put back online than what I anticipated. All I could do was do my best and get it up online and provide service to my customers. That's what needs to be done, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dobson.
I just want to say thank you, Mr. Dobson. It's very impressive that somebody who does not have a direct pecuniary or monetary interest in the question will take the time that you've taken to come here today and provide your perspective. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, all of you, for your testimony today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Raymond.
Good afternoon, Chairman Elliott and fellow board members. My name is Kevin Moore. I'm the General Chairman for the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen. I represent the engineers and conductors that work on Montreal, Maine and Atlantic Railway. I also represent the engineers and conductors on St. Lawrence and Atlantic Railway, the engineers on Pan Am Railway and Canadian Pacific Railroad in the Northeast United States. I am here today because this organization opposes the proposed abandonment of the MMA's main line and associated branch lines. The organization opposes this abandonment because the railroad's plan includes the immediate loss of 5 conductor and engineers positions. We feel that the state will not only be paying $20 million to buy the tracks, the state will be paying benefits for not only the 5 train and engine service employees, but numerous other employees and other crafts on the railroad, not to mention employees from the railroad's online customers that will be forced to close or move out of the state of Maine to stay in business. Many of the railroad's customers are only able to stay at locations in Maine due to the economic benefit that rail service provides. The state will also be faced with the loss of more well-paying, skilled jobs during the worst recession most of us have faced. This abandonment will also put an additional 70,000 truck trips onto Maine's already crowded highways. The BLET has been negotiating with the railroad since 2006 to achieve a collective bargaining agreement. Though we have come to a tentative agreement, the railroad wants to include the ability to run trains with only 1 man over some of the most remote terrain in this country. No other railroad in New England that this organization represents has even contemplated this drastic measure. The railroad makes the claim that 1-man operation is important to the railroad's overall economic health, but it does not include the safety issues involved. From 2003 to 2008, which is the most up-to-date statistics, there were 57 switching fatalities on our nation's railroads. Of these fatalities, 8 of them involve remote control operations. All of these fatalities involving remote control operations were with a 2-man crew that included a remote control operator and a brakeman. Montreal, Maine Atlantic wants to run remote control operations with half the manpower involved with just a remote control operator. With only 1 man on the train, only one side of the train is observed in over-the-road operations. Looking back to observe both sides of the train has historically been the major way that derailments have been prevented, and not having that extra set of eyes in the cab of a locomotive puts the employees of the railroad in an unsafe position. It also has the potential to cause great harm to the cities and towns that the railroad passes through. This organization cannot believe that the state of Maine would give $20 million to a company that could do irreparable harm to the state and put profits ahead of safety. One major derailment involving hazardous materials could be catastrophic and result in the immediate end of rail service in Aroostook County. We feel that this abandonment proposal is a made-up emergency by the railroad to shake the state down for $20 million that could have a long-term negative impact on the state of Maine and Aroostook County specifically. If this abandonment goes through and the state buys the railroad, there is no guarantee that things will improve. The state will have to put the operation of this new railroad up for bid, and there is no guarantee that the new operator will be able to run the railroad profitably. Then what will the state do? The Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers hope that this abandonment proposal is not approved, but if it is, it hopes that with the state purchase of the lines, we hope that the state would require MMA to keep employment at the current levels and not operate one-man trains. We feel that the railroad should work with shippers in the state to improve service that would improve the railroad's financial condition and keep hundreds of Mainers working. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. Any questions?
A lot of the railroads have been trying to get one-man crews for a while, and one of the trade-offs with PTC, for example, was the one-man crew. They haven't had much success in doing that. Could MMA operate on its own and operate one-man crews, or would that be a violation of the FRA safety rules?
I don't believe it is a violation. I believe they've applied to the FRA for a waiver to operate one-man crews.
But they have to get a waiver from FRA.
Yes.
Right. You mentioned about remote control locomotives and that an accident involving a TIH or hazmat could be devastating. Does MMA carry any TIH materials? Do you know?
I didn't say TIH. I just said
hazardous
hazardous material in
yeah.
general. Yes, they do. They carry hazardous materials. Most of the paper mills get hazardous materials to make
Okay.
paper.
Yeah, they're not chlorine necessarily and hydrants, but they do have hazmats.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to follow up on the one-man crew concept. Are there any circumstances, any speed levels, any terrain in the country that you think that could be an appropriate option to experiment with the one-man crew?
I don't believe so, and I believe our organization doesn't believe in one-man operation.
I understand. I guess I have a little bit of sympathy with the railroad, at least wanting to explore that. I've heard about low speeds today. I've heard about remote terrain where there perhaps are not too many high traffic crossings, and I notice around my travels that we see trucks, including hazmat trucks, driven by one operator on hugely congested highways with cars darting in front of them nonstop and lots of hazards and obstacles. And it's just something I urge I know it's a big issue for your organization, but I urge you to try to keep an open mind on it, because it is competitive out there between the railroads and the trucking, and I'm no expert on the issue, but it seems to me at certain low speeds and in certain locations it ought to at least be something that can be considered.
Well, we understand that, and we understand that it is being done on the Class 1s now, but remote control now, even on the Class 1s, has two men. You have a remote control operator and you have a brakeman. Some of the terrain that the MMA runs on, they have spots out on the west end of the railroad where there's over 30 miles of where they don't go over a grade crossing, where there's no access to it, and we're concerned with the safety of the employees, that if something happens out there and you're by yourself, how do they get somebody to you?
Right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. We really appreciate your time. For the final panel, our other panel, we have Mr. Strohmeyer, who has 2 minutes.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Before we start, I had prepared extensive written comments that I can't get into a 2-minute drill. Does the board have any objection to me filing them?
None at all.
Okay. No problem. Anyway, in the 2 minutes that I've been allotted, we've heard testimony today. Oh, by the way, my name is Eric Strohmeyer, Vice President, CNJ Rail Corp, and since December, the managing partner of a short line in Allegheny County, Maryland. We've watched this case with great interest. This particular proceeding, anytime there's a controversial abandonment, usually see me in it in some capacity. There was one segment, one issue that was raised in opposition to the abandonment application. There wasn't 5, as Ms. Morgan indicated. There were actually 6. And one was, if you granted the abandonment application, were you creating a stranded segment? And the board indicated in its decision that it would address that issue on its merits. To date, we haven't heard extensive testimony as to whether or not it would or would not constitute a stranded segment. And I'd like to just take my 2 brief minutes to discuss that. I'm just simply concerned that the record isn't currently complete enough. If you grant the application, is the board going to be able to exercise and protect the remaining shippers on the stranded northern segment and afford them the full statutory protections that they currently involve? And I'll throw you out the little kicker. 49 U.S.C. 11703 states that a carrier has the absolute right, or the shipper has the absolute right to ask a carrier for a through route and a through rate from point A to point B. And we've heard testimony today that there are movements that are solely within the United States. And here's the legal question that gets posed. If you take a shipment from the northern portion and have to send it into Canada and then back into the United States, does the board have the statutory authority to order the carrier to do that when a portion of the line haul segment is beyond your jurisdiction? That's the legal question. Can you order a carrier to fulfill that particular statutory obligation if you don't have jurisdiction over the totality of the movement? Now, we don't have any testimony in the record on that issue. The other facet we've heard about with regards to the testimony already today, everybody keeps talking about wanting to get to the CN interchange in New Brunswick. And another concern that we had was, let's assume that the state elects to go like Coos Bay with a 10907 application for the remaining portion and simply say, we'll take it so we can keep the totality of the line segment connected. The question then comes down to, who owns the last 1,000 feet in Canada? Well, that's the MMNA's Canadian subsidiary, the piece in between where the U.S. border stops and the CN connection. Under 10907, would you be able to legally order a trackage right to the Canadian national? And these were some of the questions that I sort of had when I looked at this application and said, it'd be nice if somebody answered them, because it is an obligation that the board has when it reviews this application. Since my 2 minutes are up, if you have any questions, I'll let you read the remainder of my comments.
Well, I think you made some excellent points, and ones I think the board needs to consider and needs to address. What is our authority to, as you say, to order trackage rights over 1,000 feet of line that's outside the continent of the United States? I, for one, am not particularly sure as to what our authority is. So, I think we will have to raise that with our councils.
I have no questions. I have no questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Strohmeyer. And thank you, all of you, for coming. We've greatly enjoyed the presentations and comments presented by everyone, and we will take them under consideration. And this hearing is now concluded. Thank you very much.